but she was picking out her little Valentine candy, but she didn't go to candy. She went to a wand. And I said, Lena, that's not really what for Valentine's. And she said, well, Mom, some of my friends can't eat.
Oh.
So you're talking about the things, the empathy you learn with being, I mean, you don't get that another place. I mean, it'll make you tear up and cry. But that's what Rise is about for both the traditional learner and the special needs.
And you've never had a bigger champion for this than Coach Stallings. And Coach Saban mentioned him, and I know he's been instrumental to this. And as Coach said, because of Johnny, and I mean, he's just been a champion for it. The reason I know about Rise is because of Coach Stallings.
That's right.
If it weren't for him, I can't swear that I would know about the organization.
And I don't know if y'all know this either, but Coach Stallings puts on a team. So he sponsors a team, and he'll be there tomorrow night. He gives a speech. Next year, y'all guys, you get to see that when you come. But it's just really special how he's stayed connected. And he doesn't just want to donate money. He comes here and makes sure the school is continuing to just thrive. So.
Well, I want to give you props because this is putting these things on. It's so detailed, and it's not like you started this last week. I mean, this is a process that you'll probably start on next week.
For example, we're in the middle of the NCAA basketball tournament at the Legacy Arena, and we're walking out. You're in the stands, and you're like, hey, guys, come here. You know where you should do the show from?
Well, she had already hit us in Nashville.
Yeah. No, I hit up Lance way before Nashville.
Yeah. Okay.
And I go way back. So I was in sales for 16 years, so I'm not going to really take no for an answer. So I'm glad.
No, but I'll tell you, a lot of these, and I hate to say this, they're not run great. Like, you guys have got it streamlined. It's just an incredible event. And,
and to your point, Andy, they will start planning like next week. I mean, it's a big group that does it, and it's this North River is just beautiful. I mean, you can't really. I mean, so we just want to continue to make it bigger and better. And really, you guys being here was a great addition. And I just hope, like you said, we'll just continue it each year. And I will say, Coach Saban was just so relaxed with y'all.
Well, he loves us. You know how much he loves us.
Yeah. I think he was delirious because of the heat, sitting here in the heat with us.
No, that was great.
We may bring portable air conditioners next year.
It's an idea.
No, I think we should get you a tent.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that makes the most.
I'll co-sign that.
I could have done that. I'm sorry.
See, being a video show and the brains behind our operation video-wise doesn't travel with us. He's back there punching the cameras right now. Scott Forrester, we have a little issue on the road when it comes shade and sunlight, right?
Yeah, shade and sunlight's really bad on cameras.
We're amateurs. Yeah. So we chose sunlight over the battle between shade and sunlight.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So that's why we're out here.
So next year we just need to bring Forrester with us. So
or do it inside. One of the two. Either one.
We could totally do it inside.
Yeah.
So will there be teams available, like people watching right now that want to play next year?
Yes, 100%. Okay. So what we'll do is, go ahead of time, maybe get y'all some of that information, and they can go ahead and sign up, and you can pick, Wednesday or Thursday, whichever day is best for you.
And they'll get to play with either Coach Saban or Coach
Nates. And, yeah,
it's pretty awesome.
Yep. It's pretty awesome. And for a great cause.
It's a great cause. Again, go to our social media platform, and you got some links. Taylor will send some links out to the RISE program of Tuscaloosa. That's been around since the mid-'70s, doing great work, helping so many kids. So much help to kids in the area that Nick Saban, in the middle of spring football, would take time out to come out here and be part of this today with A-Day coming up Saturday. That's all you need to know about this. Thank you for hosting us. Rockstar, take us to the top of the hour. We'll see you 9 a.m. Central back in studio tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back live now in studio on this April 20th as we get ready. Lunsford is back. A little show controversy. We'd love to get an exact number later on. Of all the things LT and Lunsford go back and forth on, Rockstar, what do you think their battle is all the time?
I would say today's show 1600.
Yes. LT said this morning, I think we missed show 500.
Yeah.
I said, let's wait till Lunsford gets back before we declare if we missed show 500.
I do want to say that I almost missed 2 weeks of show, and I went back, and I think today's 503.
Lunsford,
welcome
back.
Will you do us a tabulation later on and give us an official number?
Lunsford, is there any chance it's 503 today?
I don't think so.
I don't know how we come up with these different numbers.
What? Because you messed it up so bad one time.
No, I was off like 20 shows for whatever reason.
Lunsford, how far off was he the first
Show
time?
400 was officially it was March 3rd.
March 3rd was show 400.
It's the middle of April, so there's no way
There's
we're at 500.
zero way we're at 500.
Yeah.
I will never trust Lance on this again.
How do you trust
estimation
him,
of 400? Well, no, y'all's estimation of 400 was like 3 before that.
I've got a journal in there that's got them written down.
That you missed by like 60
did,
shows.
but then we caught it up.
And you admitted on the show earlier this week that you don't remember anything the last week and a half.
Yeah.
I don't.
Who knows
but
what
I
you've
just
been
went
writing in
back
your journal?
This morning, I didn't write anything in my journal, but I went back and recounted everything this morning.
I love it. It's a great topic to have a discussion later tonight on 420. To kick back and watch a sunset somewhere and debate whether this is show 503 or 444.
Are we gonna actually smoke weed on the show today?
11 o'clock, right? Sponsorship.
So, we got sprinklers up here. So Lunsford 403 was when?
Well, no, show 400 was on March 3rd, and y'all said show 400 was like a few days before that. Because I remember when y'all said it, I was like, it's actually in like a week.
Okay.
But I kept quiet because I didn't want y'all to yell at me.
No. We will not yell at you. I'm on your side on this.
If y'all said show 400 was like a week before that in March 3rd, that was still less than 2 months ago.
Yeah, so the most we could have done then 60 shows. That's the most we could have done.
This has turned into my favorite debate on the show ongoing is what show we're actually doing.
Daniel said next year I'm going to have Lance do my taxes. So I do have an accountant do mine. But one thing I'm pretty good at is math.
I promise you.
You really are.
You're great in your head. I don't know about your journal accounting, but your head, you're really good at math. Every year when we have to pay taxes, and my family, we always end up paying at the end. I don't know what we do wrong.
Me too.
We're always paying.
Every year.
Always
Never
paying.
got anything back.
And Maggie gets so tired of hearing it. Every year I say, my goodness, Lance never has to pay. That's not true.
Let's dial this discussion back.
It's not true. But I'm just saying that Lance, the guy's great at math, and I agree with you guys. I'll jump in on it. At
some point, here's what I'd like to do. At some point, let's get an actual official agreed upon total and agree upon who gets to keep up with it.
Yeah, and that's fine with me. And Lunsford, I'll sit down with whenever you want.
If we go from August 16th to today and just exclude weekends, not any holidays, it's been 438 days since our first show.
So the most shows we could have done is 438.
We've taken off Christmas, Thanksgiving, stuff like that.
That's just excluding weekends.
It's probably in the mid to high 420s.
So there again, no offense to you, Lance. You know I love you like a brother. I'm going to go with Lunsford's count. You've messed it up twice now.
But I'm going to tell you what we should do. After spending yesterday with Nick Saban, we should treat every show like this as show number 1. It's the next show. Show 1.
I don't think we're that great on show 1. We had a lot of technical difficulties.
Show 1 was a little shaky.
For Mr. 100, I look back on show 1 and think to ourselves, wow, we did 4 hours and we didn't drop.
We did. But, my gosh, I was sweating bullets over here. It was something, it was walking a tightrope.
Okay,
I'd rather pretend it's show like 300.
The amazing. I remember 300 was not a good show.
Whenever Lunsford swapped to that.
We did it twice, didn't we?
It was so good we did it twice. We did LT show 300. We did Lunsford show 300. And somewhere in between, probably the real 300. And as we were explaining to some folks yesterday at North River, every one of our shows is still right there on YouTube. We could literally go back and count every show. So, which show did we officially get the Shit Titty Dam? That was show 1, wasn't it?
Oh, my gosh.
I think it was 1.
That was early on.
That was the first week.
It was very early on.
So
Have y'all heard from him lately?
That technically should be our first show.
I have not heard from Jeff in a while. No, I have not.
He admitted he pretty much checks out after football season.
Well, I mean,
we don't really hear.
I'd like him to check back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 4:20 today.
I mean,
It's 420.
That's right.
He's stoned as a bat right now.
He had it for breakfast. All right, so I'll be giddy the whole show
Why,
because it's my
Jim?
last day for I take a vacation. So off tomorrow through next week.
But you're not looking forward to this vacation at all. So
I've played that up a little too much, I think.
Maggie got on him last night.
I just told
Somebody
Taylor
yelled at
I'm so excited about this vacation.
no,
It's
how
going to be
bad was-
so
You
relaxing.
keep calling it glamping. What is glamping?
It's
Glamour camping.
pull it up, Rockstar. Lance wasn't here when we showed what glamping is.
glamping.
This is going to shock you, LT.
So is it safe to say though when you're hiking the Sonoma that you're going to have your ear pods in listening to the next round?
Oh, I will not listen to the show one time. I will stream it. This is glamping, LT. This is the third one over, fourth one over is probably the best. It's actually Arizona right there. This is what we'll be doing.
Yeah, it looks horrible.
It's actually really good. You know where I got the idea from? Our friend Brittany Decker. She went glamping.
Oh,
one
so
time.
this was your idea?
Yeah, I said I would like to go glamping sometime.
Well,
so
why are you now complaining about it? If
Oh,
you're-
I'm
this
looking
is
forward to
way
the
you
glamping
operate. Why
part.
did
I
ask that
guarantee you, you're
question?
not going to like it. You'll say you do just because you came up with the idea, but you're not going to like
Now
it.
that's better glamping right there. Of course, that's in Colorado.
Yeah, but that's
it
like
says.
Khaleesi's glamping in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I will send you guys pictures of glamping Jim.
Oh, that'll be all over social media. Yeah.
Wait, so is there going to be anybody near you guys, or are you just out there by yourself?
Well, I hope there are other glampers close by.
Yeah.
Oh, you going to throw your pineapple out front of your glamp?
And fire pits and everything. So I'm looking forward to that.
do you shit in the desert?
You scrape sand over it like you're a cat.
On a horse with no name.
No,
yes.
seriously, is that what you do?
I don't know. I've asked that question. I've got no answer. I'm thinking about a shower too. Where do I shower? Under a hose?
You hope for the rainfall. I bet you there's shared facilities there.
Yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait to see it. Though.
You know, when I was in Montana, it was absolutely disgusting. But they would have, it wasn't like a porta potty. It was just basically a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
And that was what you did. I mean, you walked into what looked to be a structure that was kind of like a porta potty, but then it was just a hole.
And this was in Montana for who?
That's called an outhouse.
Yeah, for who? For like you?
Like for anybody.
Well, I mean, but where was
No,
it?
like
It was-
so I stayed at an Airbnb in Bozeman, but when we were out, like in Yellowstone and
so that was their public.
whitewater rafting and all that kind of stuff.
So
yeah.
if you were out seeing something, that's the bathroom. You just walk over there.
So I'm
crap in a
wondering,
hole, huh?
but I seriously doubt they've built those in the desert.
Yep. Leaning against a tree, says Brett. If you got to go, you got to go, man.
That's right.
I did it. I did it standing in the weeds at Bent Brook the other day.
Yeah, I was in your pants. At least this was being a hole.
Yeah, but sometimes the eastern diamondbacks around here not nearly as common as those diamondbacks or those rattlesnakes out in the desert.
The Coke Zero chat room has me more worried about scorpions now while I'm sleeping than the rattler. But we'll be tightly zipped up. We'll check for snakes before we go to bed, for
So
sure.
what will the temperature be in the desert at night?
Because every cowboy movie when I was growing up, by the way, you would go to sleep in your
knapsack.
in your knapsack
Yep.
at night, and you'd wake up with a rattler in your knapsack.
Yeah.
It had gotten close to you to be warm
Yeah,
in the
you
desert.
hear it and you don't move.
And then what happens if you get
And
bit?
you had to reach
Over for the gun.
get the pistol.
Yep.
City slickers, you had to suck out the poison.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you get bit, is Maggie a spitter?
I guarantee you, she'll be rolling the dice, waiting to see if I live or not. Don't know if it's poisonous or not. Let's wait and see.
She's going to balance that policy total versus sucking out the venom. I can promise you that.
Let's get into our headlines. One amazing stat from Vegas to start our day off here, as we're 1 week from the NFL draft, will be next week on draft night at Twin Peaks, 280 location?
Yeah. That's the only location in Birmingham. It's not 280.
Excuse me, Hoover
Patton
location.
Patton Creek behind the River Chase Galleria. Yeah, I was in there yesterday.
We'll be at the Hoover location of Twin Peaks for draft night coming up. Live show 6 to 7, and then we'll be watching the draft, hanging out there with our great friends at Bud Light as well. It should be a lot of fun. So that's 1 week from tonight. A draft point we get to after you tell us about our friends at Indy Grand Prix of Alabama.
Yeah, it is coming back. It is the same great racing, just with a different name this year. The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. It is powered by AmFirst, April 28th through 30th. Accelerate your weekend. Experience 3 days of racing featuring drivers from the iconic IndyCar Series, the Barber Motorsports Park, recognized as the Augusta of racing. Enjoy the food trucks, interact to fan zone, Ferris wheel, kids corner, and more. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Kids 15 and under, get in free. Get yours today, IndyAlabama.com. That is IndyAlabama.com.
And again, thanks to everybody at North River yesterday and associated with the Rise folks for having us out there. Rusty says props to all the boys in the back room. Best on the road show ever. Best quality you guys have ever had. We appreciate that.
So many people have
so
said
much.
that. I wonder what made it so much better. Nick Saban?
Fact that we were sitting in sunshine, had good lighting, good audio.
Maybe high-end technical on there.
Yeah, I never know.
Yeah, North End. Give a little credit to Brownie, though. He sets up every one of our road shows, too. The guys in the back do a tremendous job, but anytime we're on the road, we joke about him plugging up wires. All he has to do is plug up a wire, but he does a lot of work out there that LT and I do not do. So.
Yeah, I think we all agree that not that Brown didn't work when he was in radio, but works a lot more now.
Most improved player. In our first 300,
you know what he is? He's
to 500.
Tommy Maddox. He was selling insurance out of his trunk, and then he came back and he played well.
He could be Kurt Warner. He could have been stocking grocery shelves and radio, and now all of a sudden he's an MVP, Super Hall of Famer.
Seems like there's a compliment in here somewhere, but I'm not real sure.
Somewhere between show 300 to 500, he is our MVP, the most improved player. But hats off to everyone in the back room and Brownie for that show yesterday. We appreciate Nick Saban. Rockstar's question got all the national headlines.
That's right. It was one of your better Saban questions, I thought. You've tried over the years. He'll play along sometimes he doesn't.
I almost got that book yesterday, too.
Yeah?
Which one?
The one Saban was talking about. I had the one that you were talking about in hand. You know, they're doing a Netflix original movie on that right now.
It's a depressing story.
DiCaprio's in it. I'll pull it in a second, the cast. It looks really good.
Okay. I haven't read a book. I mean, I may not have read a book since the 1900s.
Okay. It's been a while for me, too.
I just don't read books. I read a lot of stuff online to consume and get ready for the show. I don't read other times. Maggie says, make sure you bring a book. We're going to be relaxing a lot on this vacation, and she is a big reader. Like, she will read multiple books on this vacation.
That's code for we ain't got cable.
Yeah, no, that's also code for don't talk to me.
Is it a bad sign that our seats on the flight are separate?
That's just the start.
No,
just the start.
We have to have a car, so I'm going to be driving it.
That's her telling you there'll be no TV glamping.
So should I, going on vacation, this can be our first Bud Light poll question of the day, should I go buy the book that Nick Saban recommended yesterday, and would that be way over Jim's IQ?
Yeah, it would be. I think you're better like legendary running backs of the NFL or something like that.
You know what she said?
What?
She said, do you want me to go find you a Grisham book you haven't read? Because I think 2 of the 3 books you've read in your life are John Grisham books.
I thought 2 of the 3 were Jimmy Buffett books. You're not going to read the one Saban was reading.
You're exactly right. But I'm going to do that. I will go find, if the local bookstore has it, I will go buy the book Saban recommended yesterday. And if I have to read on this trip, that's what I'll read.
What was the name of the book? Rockstar, do you remember?
It was like the ending. I think the story is the beginning or something like that.
No, it was somebody told me yesterday, because I did go to Barnes & Noble yesterday. And
so you were literally there looking for the book?
Well, okay, so I was at Twin Peaks yesterday for our meeting and getting everything set up with AB. And I just walked across the parking lot to Barnes & Noble.
Bookstore.
No, and I thought about purchasing it, and I looked at Killers of the Flower Moon, which, by the way, Martin Scorsese's directing. Leonardo DiCaprio is starring, along with Robert De Niro, Jesse Plemons, and the screenplay was written by Eric Roth. He's done Curious Case of Benjamin Button, Munich, Forrest Gump. He's done some really good work.
How can that be bad?
Oh, it's going to be incredible.
It's got to be unbelievable.
Yep. Can't wait. May 20th. No, it looks like they pushed it back. It's going to be at the...
So it's coming out this summer?
Yeah,
I'm being told by Lunsford it's October 6th.
Cannes Film Festival, May 20th, and then October 6th.
Cannes, May 20th when they launch it.
Patrick says, man, Jesse Plemons has played some messed up roles in his times.
Oh, he has, yeah.
Patrick also points out Brown makes it sound like Jim should be reading the books that Dan Wetzel makes for kids. Legendary NFL running backs. Like I'll turn the page and Marshall Faulk pops up, and it'll have a Marshall Faulk stat. Turn the next page. It's
such a good line. $29.95 for that book, Jimmy.
I'll spend $30 to support Saban.
The end of the world is just the beginning. You want to see how many pages there are? Let's go page total. Is that going to be a game ender for you?
Well, first of all, I'm going to need these, and I may need 2 pair of these if it's small print, Brown.
Yeah.
My reading glasses.
And the good news, you guys get lost in the desert, you'll have plenty of time, right?
Yeah. There's a good chance I may be burning that for firewood. To keep
you
warm
hope it's
at
a lot
night.
of pages, right?
I hope it's a lot of pages.
How many is it?
481. Is that a lot?
I don't know.
I mean, I need to see how
I would say
thick
the
that
average
is.
book's 220.
Yeah, I mean, I judge by thickness. I don't know if 481's thick or not.
Yeah, I think my Jimmy Buffett books rolled in about 190 to 200.
Oh my God, what was his?
Not counting the lyrics on the back page.
What was his alias in that?
Joe Merchant.
How did they not make movies out of this?
They should have. All right, here's the 1 week from the NFL draft. Here is the Legacy Credit Union amazing fact of the day. Will Levis on April the 8th in Las Vegas was plus 3,000 to go number 2 overall in the draft. Not number 1. That's Bryce Young now. On April 8th, Will Levis was plus 3,000 to go number 2 overall in the draft. As we went to bed last night in Las Vegas, Will Levis was plus 250 to go number 2 overall in the draft.
So in 13 days, it's going from plus 3,000
to plus 250.
What's happening to C.J. Stroud?
There is some talk that he may not be the second overall pick.
Well, clearly now.
That it could be Will Levis. It could be Anthony Richardson.
No, but seriously, what's happening to him? I mean, what do you think's happening to C.J. Stroud? This guy has gone from potentially the number 1 pick, now that's going to be Bryce Young, to maybe not even being the number 2 pick. It looked like a lock he would be 1 or 2.
Let me ask you guys this on C.J. Stroud. He was really good against Georgia in the playoff games. Do you feel like C.J. Stroud is a guy who brought it every Saturday, that you got the same performance or at least the same energy, effort?
Yeah, look, I mean, there were a
compared
couple
to
of
others.
Against Oregon, that was a game that really jumped out to me. But that was C.J. Stroud's second start maybe. I'm looking at this. So I've got Will Levis number 2 overall at plus 800.
Plus 800. I got this from The Athletic.
Yeah, they're wrong.
But Lance said plus 250.
But even if it's going from plus 3,000 to plus 800, that's a pretty significant drop.
Yeah, because I don't think they're exactly sure. C.J. Stroud's plus 150. He is going to go 2 overall.
Well,
you think he'll go 2?
Yeah, and Will Levis is going to go 4. I mean, that's the way this thing's setting up. I did hear this morning, though, that Dan Mullen was on some show yesterday, and he was asked about Anthony Richardson because he's obviously the guy that signed him at Florida. And he said in all of his years of coaching, he has never been contacted by more NFL front office guys about one player than Anthony Richardson.
I can believe that because I think he's such an unknown.
But not Dak Prescott?
Not Dak,
Wow.
not Tim Tebow, not Alex Smith, who went number 1 overall, Anthony Richardson. And he said Anthony Richardson is the most talented player I've ever been around.
Ooh.
Now, I just don't.
Well, that's a big statement.
I mean, we watched a lot of Anthony Richardson, and when he's out in space, the guy can absolutely fly, and you can see the physical tools. But Anthony Richardson, the quarterback, play in, play out, was as inconsistent as any quarterback in college football.
I'm just going off the top of my head. Go Tim Tebow, Percy Harvin. You're telling me Anthony Richardson is more talented than those guys? He was around both those guys.
He's Alex Smith.
I mean,
really,
I almost
really good.
said Alex Smith. I don't know if he's more talented than Alex Smith or not.
Dak Prescott?
I mean, Dak, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's been around some talented guys for him to say that.
More on the draft talk here in our opening segment. Matt Wyatt with a little Mississippi State football and other SEC football, our first guest to start hour number 2 coming up at 10 Central. But that Little fact on Will Levis moving up the odds board to be number 2 overall in that discussion is the Legacy Credit Union question of the day. If you got questions about some lifestyle payments or expenditures you need in life, how about my friends at Legacy have this for you? They're called lifestyle loans. It can be used for any unexpected medical expenses. Let's say you have a daughter who occasionally gets hurt playing softball and you need maybe a payment or something, or anything that breaks in your home and you need a payment for that. Unexpected medical expenses, home expenses, you want to update the backyard, or just want to take that dream vacation, you can do that with the lifestyle loan there. No collateral required, affordable low rates as well. Get more details about that and the swap and drop program, where you can swap a car loan or a truck loan from another provider to Legacy and drop the rate. All that, LegacyCreditUnion.com. And don't forget, Legacy, the official credit union of UAB, dedicated service for the education and healthcare industry for more than 60 years. It's Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com. So is quarterbacks your big takeaway from this draft? Because that's been what we've been talking about. 1 week from tonight, we'll do the draft in Kansas City, and everyone talking quarterback. I'm still fascinated on Will Anderson. And later, I got a couple of predictions from the Bleacher Report on whether some of the things you're hearing are true or not true about like Jalen Carter or some other players in the draft. What's your big, other than quarterback, what's your big thing you're watching?
Well, I think when you start to look at wide receivers, traditionally we have, I don't know, over the last 10 years, it seems like we've had like 4, 5, 6 receivers taken in the first round. This could be one of those drafts where you could have 3 receivers taken. You could have 5 receivers. Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to be a first-round guy. Zay Flowers out of BC is going to be a first-round guy. After that, Jordan Addison possibly, Quentin Johnston possibly, Jalen Hyatt possibly.
So Zay Flowers out of Boston College is going to be that good of a pro.
You guys know I'm in that pool where I draft 10 teams every year.
Right.
Well, one of the reasons I didn't place this year was because of Boston College. They were awful, but I watched a lot of Boston College. Zay Flowers was incredible this year with bad quarterback play. Zay Flowers is legit.
Yeah, that's surprising for the disappointing season BC had.
One thing that is a given, because remember, for a while, Jalen Carter was going to be that first defensive player taken, even over Will Anderson. Will Anderson, based on Vegas, is a slam dunk first defensive player.
Yeah, I think with Carter's off the field issues,
minus 400, by the way.
Yeah, to be the first defensive guy off the board, so that doesn't get you out of the top 5. You think you'll go number 3?
Yeah. So right now, because I saw Brett over in the Coke Zero chat room talking about Will Anderson possibly going number 2. So right behind C.J. Stroud at plus 150, Will Anderson is plus 200. So I think it would take somebody to trade up to that position.
Well, that's where the quarterbacks come in. I mean, you can trade around and move into that position. There's even a buzz about Lamar Jackson. If the Texans wanted him, they would trade out of 2. Baltimore could come get a cheaper quarterback for their system, and the Texans could get Lamar Jackson, more of a proven commodity than any of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I if I had that opportunity, Bryce is a guy that could be special. All these guys have question marks, and Bryce's is obviously his size.
But if Bryce goes to Carolina, then all of a sudden.
Right. And then you've got, do you really believe in Will Levis? Anthony Richardson is physically talented as he is. C.J. Stroud has still got some holes in his game. Lamar Jackson is a proven MVP.
And to your point, Dunaway, I got 2 top 12 picks if I'm Houston, so I got some ammo to deal with there. Yep. Now, I'm not saying they would send both of them to Baltimore for Lamar Jackson, but even if you have to come off that number 2 pick, you're picking again right there at number 12. That's not the worst thing in the world.
I'm still getting a young quarterback proven for that number 2 pick.
And the number 12 pick.
And I still got the number 12.
That's what I'm saying. I get somebody good at number 12 because that's my point is if Houston doesn't go Will Anderson at number 2, they can get a guy closer to Will Anderson at number 12 than they could get a guy close to C.J. Stroud at number 12. Does that make sense?
100%.
So I think that's the way you have to operate that. I'm going to get closer to Will Anderson at 12 than I am to C.J. Stroud at 12.
Yeah, and Tyree Wilson is one of those guys out of Texas Tech that a lot of people think is somewhat similar to Will Anderson. And he's a guy that more than likely will go in the top 10, but he could possibly fall there.
Bobby says, I watched some clips of Zay Flowers last night after someone linked one on Twitter. Holy crap, he's good.
He really is, man. And he's one of those guys that I don't know why he didn't jump at the portal. Probably had a girlfriend up in the Boston area.
Up in Beantown.
Oh, man, he should have come to an SEC school.
He should have.
You got a girlfriend in Boston.
Brown fighting against true love there. All right, Harbin's Outdoors gets us to our first break. When we come back, a lot more. Tell us about Harbin's and show us that great work they can do. They're a one-stop shop if you want a pool in your backyard. You don't have to use somebody to dig the hole and sort of level up the ground, somebody to put the pool in, then somebody to landscape. Harbin's does it all.
Yeah, as much as I love my pool, and again, I've talked about this before, a decade ago when we built the pool, I had so many different people. I had a guy that designed the pool, I had the pool builder, I had the landscaper, had a guy that did all of the hardscape work around it. That's not Harbin's. Harbin's is going to do it all. Harbin's is an outdoors award-winning landscape company. They specialize in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram. Check it out today. Go to @Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. If you're watching us right now, you see some of his unique work right here. You can call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call today for all of your landscaping needs, 205-300-0718. Tell them the next round sent you.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. This hour of the Next Round is presented by the Talladega Super Speedway. Do not miss the Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. Get your spot now and reserve a garage experience. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the next round. Love all your input on the Coke Zero chat room over there. You can also follow us on all of our social media platforms at Next Round Live. That's where Taylor Korn is working and controlling everything over there. New gym class hero out last night. You get those every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights all the way up to football season. Last night we were discussing which team transitions best into the Big 12. And you can go catch that right now up there. NASCAR coming to town. Who's transitioning best from the short track at Martinsville to Talladega? We'll find out Sunday.
Kyle Larson, I bet. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. 877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number to call. Don't forget, it all starts this Friday, tomorrow, with the big one on the Boulevard. And then Saturday, you got that doubleheader of racing plus Cole Swindell in concert. And then Sunday, it wraps up at the Geico 500. Get all of your tickets, find out all that information, reserve your spot there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. While you're there, check out the Garage Experience, most immersive in NASCAR. It is presented by Cool Ray. You can get on board at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Forrester and I got to hang out yesterday afternoon. It was a long day. We were over in Tuscaloosa, early start. Then we were 4 hours out in the sun doing our show with Coach Saban and everyone at the RISE program. Then I went over later that night. I was at the University of Montevallo, my daughter's opening night. Rent, a great show. Was there for 3 hours. She did a fantastic job. The cast did a fantastic job. In between that, I got asked by a friend of mine, Kelly Dinkle, to do senior day for Hoover softball. And I had a blast being their announcer because I was friends with her daughter, Kate, way back in my TV days when she was like 5 years old, 6 years old. We'd toss the football on game day. Here's a look at her when she was little. She's on the left there with her sister, Ashley. And we tossed football around back in the day, and we've just stayed friends and such ever since. And so yesterday, it's senior day for her at Hoover. She's going to play at Huntington softball next year in college. So I got to
looks like you're umpiring the game.
I said that too. Once I took the picture, I was like, it looks like I'm about to be the umpire. But then
why don't you take your chest protector off?
And then look, the whole team. We get the team picture afterwards. And I'm on the front row because I'm one of the shortest ones of the team. So
the awkward squat there.
Yeah. Well, I just didn't know what to do there. So thanks for having me out there. But they were playing Moody, which is Forster's daughter's team. And, of course, she's injured right now. But it was just a fun day out there enjoying the sun. Just a big honor to be part of senior day out there with Moody and Hoover playing a little softball yesterday.
Why is Hoover? I knew Hoover got all the calls. They're making photos of the umpire before the game. Look at him smiling. He's excited about calling strikes.
Forrester, as far as a PA announcer, I hadn't done it in years. I used to do it when I was 11 and 12. Did it really sound like we were in a big league ballpark?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You guys are excited about the USFL coming to town.
Yeah.
I texted Forrester and said, man, this equipment setup stinks up here, man. The microphone's not working right.
Yeah,
this and this.
They had a few audio issues there in the booth.
Yeah. I was trying to get Forrester to come up and fix it for me. He refused to do it.
I don't blame him. Umpire out there making pictures of Hoover before the game.
Right.
Y'all can't get a fair shake.
It was fun. It was a big honor out there. Hey, has Little T sent you that top 25 FPI? She's built this graphic in like 20 minutes. Really quick work from Taylor Korn. Here's the top 25 of the ESPN's FPI rankings. And I wanted you guys to look at this graphic here, and I want you to tell me one team that you think is overrated or underrated, just of those top 25. The whole list is out. Like Auburn is 39 down there. I think they're around South Carolina, Missouri, UCLA, all in the same neighborhood down in the high 30s, low 40s.
I got mine.
But of the top 25, who is the overrated and most underrated? Go first, Brown.
So for me, and by the way, I noticed the SEC sending out a graphic today on likelihood to win the SEC using the ESPN FPI. So the SEC is kind of embracing the ESPN FPI, which I have found in the past to be a little bit polarizing among our audience. Texas at number 5 is overrated, Lance. Florida State at number 14 is underrated.
Okay, that's yours, huh?
Yep.
What about yours?
I'll go a different direction then. I think overrated would be Oklahoma at 11. And I think underrated, I seem to do this every year, would be Utah at 15.
Yeah.
You do. I do find you on the U. It's awful.
But they're always right there on the doorstep. One day.
Yeah. For me, the overrated is Florida at 18.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think they're a top 25 team. I'm not sure I'd put them at 18. If you look at Ole Miss's schedule, Brown, I don't know if Ole Miss can be a top 25 team when it's all said and done next year. I have no problem them being there right now.
Yeah,
what they've done the last 2 years.
I meant to look at that yesterday.
But I'm not sure Ole Miss finishes the year in the top 25.
So they open against Mercer, but then they're at Tulane. How do you feel about that one? Saturday, September 9th.
That's a tough game.
They're not going to lose at Tulane,
Okay,
are they?
but Spencer Pratt, he's not in the portal.
Not yet.
Not yet. If he's back, Ty Spears a big loss.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I don't know. It's going to be a weird game for Ole Miss at Yulman Stadium. This is not played in the Superdome. This is played in Tulane's on-campus facility.
Yeah, Ole Miss will beat them.
I think Ole Miss wins that game, and then they get Georgia Tech at Vaught Hemingway, so that should be a 3-0 start for them.
Yeah.
And it gets real after that, though, Dunaway, to your point.
That's right. And give me the losses.
Well, they're at Alabama the next week. Hard to see them winning that one.
They're an underdog.
They host LSU the next week.
They're going to be a underdog.
They're hosting it, but I think LSU wins that game.
Yeah, they're hosting Arkansas the next week.
They'll be favored.
After a bye, they go to Auburn.
I'm going to say they're going to be a slight underdog there.
They host Vandy. Favored. They host A&M.
Favored.
They're at Georgia.
Underdog.
ULM favored, and then they're at State to end the year.
I mean,
so they got 4 games there with Arkansas, Auburn, A&M, and State.
Yeah.
That
is
can
it
swing
at State?
It's at State. It rolls in Starkville.
That can swing either way.
Yeah, to me, worst case 6-6, best case 8-4. I mean, they're
and 8-4. That's borderline getting you right there where they are.
Yeah. Underrated for me. I'm going to go with USC at 7. I could see. I'd be okay flipping Texas and USC there. I think Texas could be a playoff team. I don't have a problem them being the highest rated Big 12, but I think USC is a playoff team.
Yeah, well, I will say this. USC, okay, so they were a half away from being a playoff team last year. The defense cannot get any worse. And they've brought in beef up front through the portal to try to at least limit some of the tackling deficiencies they had last year. Caleb Williams, I don't know if he can be as good as he was last year, but if he's even close, the offense is going to be lights out.
I'll give you one more I think can exceed where they've got them ranked. I think Washington's a little bit unranked at 21.
They are.
A lot of expectations for them.
Yeah. I don't know that Washington's a playoff contender, but I think they're better than 21st in the country, which is roughly 9-3, 8-4, probably 8-4 at that point. I think they're going to start 5-0. It does get a little tricky for them after their bye week, but I think Washington is a team that can make a little bit of noise in the Pac-12.
A little bit more on that FPI in just a second, and some of your thoughts over in the Coke Zero chat room after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's as we all get ready for Mother's Day coming up. A variety. It's not just diamond rings or necklaces. They've got a variety of great gifts at Bromberg's for Mother's Day or any special occasion.
Yeah, and Father's Day will be here before you know it. Bromberg's, they want to remind you they're thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. They're available at the Summit location right now. You can roll and pick one up, go see the great selection, or you can go online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Let's go with what Philip says over here first. This is why the group of 5 currently never gets a chance. No G5s on that top 25, but A&M is, he says with a sarcastic remark about Texas A&M. A&M's roster is really good if they ever meet expectations, but you catch some losses there when you're playing in a Power 5 league as deep as the SEC. But to his point, I think there are 3 teams that are really good in the Sun Belt this year: Troy, South Alabama, and James Madison. Can any of them go unbeaten being in the Sun Belt and it being as competitive as it is? That's a very deep conference these days. I don't know in the American, the New Look American, if anybody can come out of that with enough quality wins and a big enough to get into the conversation. Same now with the Mountain West. I don't know with the way the realignment looks if there's anybody in the group of 5 that can put together a big out-of-conference win and go unbeaten to get into the conversation like Cincinnati did 2 years ago.
But I think what you have to do is you got to start by looking. Here's the tough needle that you got to thread if you're a group of 5 team until we expand this playoff next year. is you've got to have a good out-of-conference game, a name out-of-conference game against a team that loses to you, but it does not tank their season. So Cincinnati played Notre Dame the year they made it into the playoffs, right? I thought they had one more. But they definitely played Notre Dame, right? The year they made it into the playoffs against Alabama. And
they did have one more. It was Indiana.
It was Indiana. And Indiana did not have a great year.
It was supposed to be good that year.
And Notre Dame went on to be good enough that win mattered for Cincinnati. So that's the difficult needle to thread is I got to play a good enough school that it's a meaningful win that gets everybody's attention and bumps me up in the rankings. And then once I beat them, they can't have a crap year. I can't let them be 4-8 so that everybody's like, well, of course you beat Notre Dame. They're 4-8. Everybody beat Notre Dame except, 4 crappy teams. So, I mean, I'd have to go look Dunaway. I mean, I don't.
To me, it would be Texas San Antonio.
UTSA, because they got the quarterback back.
Well, yeah, I mean, so obviously Frank Harris is coming back for a 7th season, by the way.
That's crazy.
This is a guy that had over 40 touchdowns and 4,000 yards last year. You've got what I believe is a borderline elite coach in Jeff Traylor. You've got 15 starters coming back for the Roadrunners.
61 in the FPI is UTSA.
I don't know why.
That's a computer.
But Lance, the game they would have to win is at Tennessee.
Well, they're not winning that game.
Okay, well, then you can forget them.
Well, I mean, you've got it. I mean, it's a dangerous game for Tennessee just because of the quarterback and the players they've got back. A quarterback, if you're having an off day.
Let me take that back.
It is week 3.
UTSA would have scored points against Tennessee last year.
Oh, well, everybody that can throw the ball did.
And you mentioned this. You asked the question to Jason Swain. Tennessee, I don't know if people realize this because of the good season they had. If you watched them play, you know they gave up a ton of yards. But they were 127th in pass defense.
Everybody except Will Levis threw on them. Will Levis had like 98 pass yards against them, but everybody else that played them moved the ball through the air on them.
Michael brings up another one that you missed on the graphic there. They were not listed, would definitely be in your underrated. Kansas State is 27 in the FPI.
The defending Big 12 champion, by the way.
And I noticed that Kansas State wasn't on there, which I really don't understand because, again, we were talking about Chris Kleiman. It's a team that won 10 games last year. They've got 14 starters returning. Now, big losses. Adrian Martinez was really good in that offense last year. Deuce Vaughn is going to be a huge loss. Outside of that, though, they've got the majority of people coming back.
They got a chance to get a SEC win. It's at Missouri. I mean, I don't know
I think Kansas State would win that game.
I would agree with you. I don't know how far that win's going to take you.
And I bring up Adrian Martinez. Will Howard is a guy that did start games for them last year, so he will be the starting quarterback. And he was pretty good when he started.
Gus Malzahn in UCF, they're 26, just outside. Others of note, Kentucky's in at 28. Arkansas slides in at 30. Mississippi State is 32. Others in the SEC, Auburn is 39, Missouri is 40, South Carolina is 42. Moving down the list, Matt Rule, Nebraska, 52. You'll hear from him later in the show as they get ready for their spring game. Georgia Tech, 65. Troy is in at 69 there. Kansas, after their big year last year, big year going to a bowl game, they're at 68, just ahead of Troy there. Vandy is down at 73, bringing up the end of the SEC. FPI, you can see that. We talked about it when it came out earlier this week. Another look at it there. You can find it at ESPN.com. All right, when we come back, a couple of other notes from what happened on the field, both the hardwood and the field last night in baseball and the NBA, and one killer comment about a legend. You'll get that all coming up. The show brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo. I was in their beautiful multi-million-dollar theater last night to see the first of 8 shows of Rent. Just a beautiful on-campus facility there and a really talented group of people on the stage there last night. That's the kind of education you can get there at the University of Montevallo. That 23 NCAA Division II fully funded sports and a lot more. You can check it all out online, montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. The campus is recognized by Southern Living. U.S. News and World Report talks about the education you get at the University of Montevallo. It's a scholar school. It offers a great tuition price point if you're a parent wanting to send your son or daughter there. You can find it all online right now, montevallo.edu, and schedule that in-person tour. Back in a moment on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back on the next round as we roll on, and if you're ever looking to get rehydrated before a workout or afterwards, our friends with Body Armor Lights, what I'm hitting here, the Zero, the no sugar added, low calorie Body Armor, that's the peach and mango, and all our great Coca-Cola products, including Coke Zero. They bring you the chat room over there, and we appreciate you guys jumping in on the chat room. They were talking about you always mentioning about Georgia's schedule and something Connor O'Gara brought up, and Brett is saying you were wrong. They asked him to cancel the 30-31 return game. You're not going to play a home-and-home contract with one game being this year and the other game being whenever it is, the very next year or 30-31, Brett. And you're not going to play one half of a contract and not the other. So when they're wanting to cancel one of the games once Oklahoma's in the league, you have to cancel both of them. The only way Texas and Alabama were able to play was they knew Texas and Oklahoma were not going to be in the league before they played the return game here. So Brown is not wrong.
Yeah,
he is correct.
Brett is incorrect on that one. Yeah, they asked them to cancel both just so it didn't create the issue. And people have asked us before, well, why did Alabama not have to cancel Texas? Because it's not when Texas is going to be in the league. That's why Alabama is still playing Texas, played them last year and still playing them this year. And it was Tennessee, too. Tennessee had a series schedule with Oklahoma that they canceled because of that.
Yeah, so and for those that are scoring at home, that may be the first time, but there was me defending Brown. Everybody always points out that I'm always taking shots at Brown. That
Everybody take a drink.
Me defending Brown right there. And Lunsford's count. 431 shows today, so happy show 431. Is that possible?
Yes. I mean, it's possible.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, you have us at 5:03. He's got us at 4:31. There is a gap
A little bit
there.
of a gap.
It's funny how
Lance
just keeps getting the count so far off too. I mean,
Well,
that's by 70 shows.
That's only like 3.5 months
of shows.
Yeah,
We've been in business for 18 months.
Of shows.
Yeah.
That's insane. I don't know what we're doing. I mean, have we ever been a company for 531 days?
I think what the problem could be, if I'm just guessing, is sometimes, and you saw this last night, I had a team name at trivia and I couldn't read my own writing. So there could be a time where it's like show 368 and I think it's like 388 or something.
Yeah. Or you wrote 386 and got the two numbers backwards.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do that, but it would be just difficult for me to read sometimes.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back through my log. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll be interested to see what we come up with.
Because it's like ledgers, we need to be up to date on this. I like knowing what show it is, especially when we get to the big one. 500's a big
500's big.
Yeah.
So what will we do for 500?
I don't know. We're never going to know we're there. For
indoor fireworks?
I got to send out to the parking lot.
Well, I mean, look, you can test it with your joint you're going to smoke today at 11 o'clock.
I'm not smoking one. Everyone else in America is going to go somewhere.
I do want to see how many
guess.
people in the chat room have already partake today or will partake.
We're also getting suggestions for books for you to read, and y'all can fire those in on social media if you want to.
Should we start a book club
Yeah,
podcast?
Dunaway's Book Club. Susan sent these two. Benjamin Stevenson's book, Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone. It's a novel.
It's a great title, by the way.
Everyone in my family has killed someone. The little pull quote at the bottom says, I absolutely loved it. Exceptionally fresh, smart, and funny, according to Jane Harper. So Jane Harper really liked it.
Do you guys know anybody, a family that has at least 2 people that have killed people?
I don't think I know
through that one.
I don't think I know anybody that's killed anybody.
Oh, yeah. You got to. Like, maybe not murdered, but like.
Oh, yeah. Military?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, we're talking military.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, she sent the charm school, Nelson DeMille, according to the Washington Post, Dunaway, chilling, compelling, and devastating. A New York Times bestseller. Do you know what are those dolls called? The nesting dolls, Rockstar? You know what I'm saying? Where you pop one open and there's another one in there?
The Russian nesting doll.
Yeah, it's a Russian nesting doll. It's got the United States flag, and then you open it up, and the hammer and sickle's in there.
Ooh.
It's like how to peels back.
Intrigue.
International
intrigue there.
That's Susan's 2 suggestions.
Steve sends in, our buddy Steve, Pat Conroy's The Lords of Discipline.
Yeah, Pat Conroy, a good Southern writer there.
Yep, and it's got some kind of class ring on there.
T.R. Jones says Shoe Dog by Phil Knight. I had that one in hand yesterday, too.
I like you going to a bookstore, but you put everything down. You didn't buy anything?
I didn't.
Yeah. Made it feel good.
There's a lot of books there.
Baby steps.
Did it feel good just to hold one, though?
Yeah. Baby steps. Sometimes you remember back in the day, you'd window shop a little bit.
Yeah.
Then you go back.
Yeah.
He's a browser. Does anybody hike that watches our show? Any hikers in the chat room?
I hike a little bit. It's been a while. This Lady Bird, I took her up to King's Chair, whatever, at Oak Mountain.
Okay, obviously I think I'm doing something a little more advanced than King's Chair, like up Camelback Mountain and a couple of things in Sonoma and in the desert.
Well, have you been working out a little bit?
I've lost a lot of weight. I wouldn't call me working out. I've worked out some, but I've lost some weight, so I'm carrying 14 less pounds up wherever we're hiking.
So is Pastor Maggie in much better shape than you?
Well, that's a loaded question, but I'm going to say yes.
You see you guys getting airlifted this week?
All I'm asking is, do I need a different kind of footwear? Should I go?
Yeah.
Do I need to go buy hiking boots today?
Absolutely.
Not necessarily hiking boots.
TR Jones says I'm a hiker. Okay.
All-terrain shoes.
The Door Harris, I hike a lot. TR Jones, Camelback's a badass. Well, I'm walking it. We'll see if we make it to the top.
I got some shoes from Montana that you could borrow that I never use.
What's the size difference? What size do you wear?
A 13.
Yeah, I'm a solid 11 and a half.
Yeah, so that's going to rub
which probably means 11, 10 and a half here on the show.
Yeah,
but
that's going to mean they rub up and down.
I'm going to need a tight fit.
Oh, you know what? Jack's got the same pair, and he's an 11.
Yeah, you can wear a kid shoe.
No, but
by the way, I've seen Jack recently. He could kick your ass.
I got Alabama. I got him at Alabama Outdoors, and there's some kind of all-terrain that we got for specifically hiking in Montana.
Yeah. Give me the what is the name of the tail is a great question, the Doorhairs. You mean trail, I'm sure.
Trail, yeah, it's trail, to be specific.
He doesn't know the glampers next door yet.
Just let me know. Let me know.
Right.
Give me a brand or something.
I think you need to go spend a lot of money on it.
Well, I'm going to go make a purchase today.
because Maggie's already she's already jumped your butt last night about complaining about this trip on the show.
She's already bought hers.
Do you not want to borrow the trail shoes?
I don't know yet, LT. I don't know about wearing somebody else's shoes, and then at that point, Jack's not going to want them back.
This is a way of showing your commitment to the trip by going and spending a lot of money today at Alabama Outdoors on this stuff and coming home.
We'll see.
Showing her.
Speaking of spending a lot of money, we like to give you discounts here on the show, and that's what you can get right now by going onto the website and get tickets for NASCAR coming up this weekend at Talladega. Always a great value here. You can get tickets for a doubleheader, 2 races in one day on Saturday.
That is right, and Cole Swindell. It all starts tomorrow with a big one on the Boulevard. Doubleheader racing Saturday plus Cole Swindell. Geico 500 Sunday. And that garage experience, most immersive in NASCAR, you can add it. It is presented by Cool Ray, all right there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Reserve your spot there or call 877-GO-2-DEGA. That's 877-GO-2-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Everyone's saying socks are key. I do plan on wearing socks. I need specialty socks for hiking. I don't want to mess up my tan line.
Okay, well, look, what you don't want to wear
You're going to get blisters, so you have some socks.
Yeah, and I would not wear the low-cut sock. I would wear a thicker, although you're going to sweat a little bit, but I'd wear a thicker sock.
Yeah, but I think the reason you don't you can't worry about the tan line is you need stuff around your ankle because there's brush and stuff like that, scorpions and whatnot.
Fit socks are really good.
And make sure, copper fit, too.
Yeah.
It'll heal you.
And Michael says get a water purifier. You're going to need that, too. I mean, I'm suggesting just whip out the Amex.
There is Josh is right. There is a great chance that the Dunaways have not prepared for this vacation enough. A water purifier?
Yeah, that's what you're going to need.
Hey, I will say Redmont Vodka does the minis now. I've got some of them, too, if you want to take some.
Mini vodka. I would love to take some minis. And I'm just going to go ahead and let you guys know. Apparently, I'm just going to take all the Dasani water out of
every bit of it?
Every bit of it out of the cooler over here. Yeah. All right, looking forward to that. In baseball yesterday, the Padres beat the Braves 1-0. Ending that massive win streak for Atlanta as that one dropped in. But amazing last night. And I was mentioning this to Aaron Judge.
Think about the Padres, though, real quick. We talked about yesterday, 1 run in 3 games. They win 1-0 on that Juan Soto 4th-inning homer last night. So in 4 games, 2 runs from that lineup. Now, the good news is Fernando Tatis is back in the lineup tonight against the Diamondbacks. But that Padres offense is just – it's anemic right now.
And for the Braves, they now get a chance to come back home and, oh, by the way, get the Astros. Tough schedule. They go on Friday. It's the Apple TV Plus game if you want to watch that, Astros and Braves. And I know last year when it was on Apple TV, that's the only place you could get it. I don't think you could get it on Bally's. So maybe that's a problem if you're viewing your Braves coming up on Friday night. But I mentioned to LT pre-show, how good would Aaron Judge have been playing another sport? He ran one down in center field to Rob Ohtani last night. Runs it down, sprint, makes the jump, pulls a home run back, and then goes in and hits a home run. So Judge homers, Ohtani robs him of a home run. That Judge guy as a tight end would have been pretty good.
I was about to say tight end. Could you imagine him playing like Travis Kelce with his size and athletic ability?
I would have said he would have made an unbelievable salary in football, but he's making an unbelievable salary in baseball.
Yeah, I'm telling you, though, the best tight end maybe of all time might have been LeBron James.
James.
Yeah, with that build.
We'll get into the NBA later on and what LeBron got called last night. He and I get called the same thing.
Coming for all of us, boys.
Coming for all of us eventually. When we come back, though, we get back to SEC football. Matt Wyatt on the other show from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. And listen during the commercial breaks. They got great deals right now, great opportunities for you at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. This is the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
You could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nobody looks manlier when he comes on this show than Matt Wyatt does. I mean, he looks like a working man about to join the show. The Stallions doing work again this weekend. They're 1-0. The USFL is back in Birmingham. TheUSFL.com to get your Stallions tickets 6 o'clock Saturday night as they take on rival Memphis in town. The Stallions are unbeaten. And, of course, we got Talladega going on this weekend as well, too.
That's right. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to reserve your spot. Friday, big one on the Boulevard. Saturday, doubleheader of racing. Sunday, the Geico 500. Get that garage experience, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, if I said this real quick, though, Rocky, would you agree there's a little Woody Harrelson in Matt Wyatt?
Yeah, he's got it. Definitely.
Okay, Matt.
Have you ever gotten that before, Matt?
Boy, I can't imagine we've broken you down any more than we have in this first 3 minutes, Matt.
Like I'm blushing, but I don't know if it's for the right reasons or not. You know, I've heard the Woody Harrelson thing a lot, guys. You know, and ever since like college, I had people in college going, "Hey, you remind me of Woody Harrelson." So hey, full on, man, Woody all the way around these days.
I love it.
That's okay. I used to be an older Michael Keaton until I lost all my hair. So, yeah.
Oh, I can absolutely see that. Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say too, since y'all made me blush, man, it is so good to talk to y'all and just like hear your voices. And I'm being serious when I say this. If I hear your voices, I start thinking college football.
I know.
It's like synonymous.
I know.
And And I really mean that. I'm not just saying it. So it's good to talk to you.
Same's true with you. I mean, we ought to just have you on all the time, but I try not to hound you too much, but I always look for a good reason to talk to you. And when we talk to you, it's football. So it is the same with us here. So can you put into words how, and maybe I'm overselling this, and tell me if I am, how difficult it will be for Zach Arnett to go from air raid to what he wants to run? Is this hey, he can do it before the season starts? Is this an ongoing process as the season starts? I mean, how hard is this going to be?
I think it's difficult. I think, certainly it's a challenge that's appropriate. It is difficult. I think in some regards, depending on how you break it down, I think Coach Barbay and the offensive staff are going to earn every cent that they're getting paid between now and September to get them ready to go score points against a live opponent, because not that they can't, and I think they will, that, see progress in the spring, and there's some really good things, and you do have a quarterback to build it around, which is a humongous part of it. And you do have some veteran O-linemen to build it around, including a really good center, which is a humongous part of it. But those are just starting points. And so I would frame it this way, Ryan. When Mike Leach was hired, going into that 2020 year, of course, they missed spring because of COVID. But, you remember back then, and it was an accurate point. You're going from a program who's never thrown it much, who recently didn't throw it at all, and now you're going to exclusively throw it. So that's the bridge you're trying to cross. You got to recruit to the air raid. You eliminate all the tight ends you had on your roster, either change their position or they transfer. Most of them transferred. You go from regular splits to we're going to spread the linemen out. All this change. You've now been recruiting to the air raid for 3 years, running it. That's what the quarterback ran. All your linemen who are coming back are guys who they played out on that island in those wide splits. So now this transition is the inverse of what it was then, right? So now you got to get tight ends on your roster. And so just one point to illustrate it and throw it back to you. You take the tight end position, for instance. They just went through spring installing a new offense, and every single tight end on your roster this spring were guys that were trying to transition from another position, who were converted from something. Nobody that has played tight end. So they do have a steep curve ahead of them to get it ready to go and to score points against real SEC teams this fall.
Matt, is there a potential, and I brought this up the other day, for Will Rogers, it's going to be a transition too, but could this benefit him possibly at the next level? Like, I don't know what his future is in the NFL. When I watch him, you don't see a lot of deep throws, but the guy he's very accurate. He's got good footwork. He's controlled. He's completed over 70% of his passes in his career, but going into a different offense, can this show scouts something else for Will Rogers?
Absolutely, Lance. I think it absolutely can. It's an opportunity for Will. And, I was impressed with how, he took to it in the spring. You watch him in the spring game the other day, and there's a lot of really good things. He had the deep throw that was a great catch, but the way it was a great catch is a perfect throw at 55 in the air with not a lot of air on it, under it. He's kind of just continuing to get big and stronger. And he's going to do some things in the offense that he hasn't done. There will be a little under center, I think, from time to time. Because they rely on the pistol formation a lot, he'll be turning his back to the defense on a lot of these play fakes, which you didn't necessarily do in the other offense. And there's some different things that you get to experience. But I think for him, I think it's going to help him that he'll have sort of a different percentage of run game and a different variation of run game to rely on to get people open for some of those bigger throws down the field, right? You mentioned they didn't have a ton of 40 and 50-yard pass plays. Well, you don't in that traditional air raid because everybody drops. They don't want you to do that. They're just going to force you to complete it underneath. You take it. That was his job, and you get the high completion percentage. So if the completion percentage goes down, but you get a chance to show that arm off a little more and pump it down the field, that's only going to help him, no doubt.
This is maybe a big picture question. And this, Mike Leach, the late Mike Leach, was great, and his offense was unique and at times unstoppable. but at times it was stoppable, and certain defenses could stop it. I think it was the Mississippi State-Kentucky game I was listening to coming back from Knoxville, and you sounded frustrated on the broadcast on how many mistakes the offense was making against Kentucky on the road. Does this change eventually where Zach is going? Does it fit Mississippi State better for the athletes it can recruit to Starkville better than what Mike was trying to recruit there?
Well, it's a great question, and it's certainly a fair one. You know, and Jim, I would probably answer that in the affirmative. It probably does. You know, the one thing like about the true air raid, you think about, you know, you're running the Mike Leach air raid. It's the air raid. It's just like it was at Texas Tech 20 years ago. And it really was the only one of those still remaining out there. So week to week, when teams prepared for you, you were different than anybody else they prepared for. Like that Kentucky defense couldn't prepare the same way they did the week before for you. So like you say, I mean, week to week, somebody would shut you down, and the next week you go throw for 600. You know, it's almost like the same sort of ups and downs that you would see from the old Paul Johnson, you know, midline veer stuff when he's at Georgia Tech. Somebody might shut him down, and then one week they'd clip Clemson and score 40 points on him. You know, it's just kind of the same thing. And so to the back end of your point, yeah, you know, I don't, and nobody should blame Zach for saying, hey, look, I'm the head coach now. I'm just going to do what I want to do. And frankly, nobody would support that more than Mike Leach. He probably would tell Zach, hey, it's your program. Run what you want to run, what you feel good about. And so what did you look at the kind of the clues there? Zach puts this coaching staff together on the offensive side that as much as it is about an offense, it's really more so about recruiting locally, because he made no bones about it. We in our program, NIL era, all this stuff, we're going to focus locally. That's where we're going to focus. So he went and got Chad Bumphus, former player from Tupelo, Mississippi, on coaching receivers. He went and got Coach Friend from Philadelphia, Mississippi, coaching on the offensive line. You know, he put Tony Hughes coaching running backs. And so I think, you know, the approach is we got to recruit first. Zach will look, he's looked at me before and said multiple times, it's never about scheme. It's always about players. And in the context was always his defense, but why wouldn't he believe the same thing about offense, right? So you want to get better and get more consistent on offense, get better players, put a staff together that maybe could recruit them. And I think that's the approach they've taken.
Matt Wyatt is with us. You can follow him on Twitter at Radio Wyatt and see everything he does there. You hear him on the Mississippi State games in the fall. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I want to, Jim mentioned kind of bigger picture. I do want to look at bigger SEC picture. When you watch Jaden Daniels at LSU, because there will be talk about, you know, them and Alabama competing for the West, and he played very well at the end of the year. What did you see out of Jaden Daniels at LSU?
Man, and did he ever get better throughout the year?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's almost like watching two different players, to watch that first game, or really even the first couple of games, and then watch him on the back half of the year. So, you know, a ton of credit goes to their staff, and that's head coach on down, for sticking to a guy, building his confidence, even though it ain't going well. That's really hard to do at that level. And then a ton of you know, props to himself for continuing to hang in there and get better. But what I see with him is lightning fast athlete. And, you know, Ryan, I think what probably doesn't get talked about enough a lot of times with quarterback position is when you're a phenomenal athlete and you know it, everybody knows it, you sort of internally have this confidence. You just know, your body knows, your brain knows, I can get out of trouble in a blink. And so a lot of times those athletes aren't as affected by what's going on around them as a big, slow guy like me, who, man, if it breaks down, I'm dead. I better eat the ball and just make sure I don't fumble. I'm not outrunning anybody, right? Well, you get a guy who's the fastest guy on the field, there's just a little bit of a confidence that he brings, you know, to himself. He's just going to calm down. He's going to make plays even when somebody's not open. He knows it. They know it. Defensively, you just pull your hair out trying to defend a guy like that, because you can cover everybody, be everywhere you're supposed to be, and he still goes and runs for 12 on third down and converts. And there's nothing you can do about it. And people, I know this past year, like State was getting ready to play LSU, and people go, well, why don't you have a guy spy Jaden Daniels? That's his only responsibility. I go, okay, well, pick one that even if you spy him, can run him down. What good does it do to spy a quarterback if you can't run with him? Right?
That's right. Yeah.
Then
It happened in the
wasting-
Alabama game. Tua couldn't beat him to the edge a couple of times.
Yeah, so then you're just wasting a defender. Hey, your responsibility is to spy the quarterback. Well, you might as well not, because you ain't doing any good with that. You're just wasting me in coverage. See, he puts you in such a bind. And so you mix in a little confidence and a big arm that can threaten you down the field. Whew, that's tough to defend, man.
Let's keep the quarterback critiquing going on. Dunaway was talking about the Kentucky game this year, and he brought up earlier that Will Levis is now projected possibly going number 2 overall. Worst case, it seems like he's going to go number 4 to Indianapolis. You saw the guy up close and personal. He had actually one of his better games against you guys, going 17 of 23, 230 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. I mean, his numbers were always pedestrian. Watching him, I felt like he was a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. What is everyone seeing in Will Levis?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're seeing potential, Lance. And one of the great lines, we used to have a defensive backs coach named Melvin Smith, who he coached Smoot and all those guys. And I overheard him one day telling his group, he said, hey, don't ever let anybody tell you you've got potential, because that's their way of saying that you ain't worth a flip, but you could be. Okay, that's what he said about potential. Well, I mean, they're projecting him based on potential. Okay, does he have a big arm that can, throw with some velocity and some RPMs on pro day in shorts? Yeah, sure. Is he big and strong? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is he fast? I guess, he's fast. You get to go to the NFL and ask him how much it matters if you're fast at quarterback. So what if you're fast? I mean, Matt Corral ran for a bunch of yards at Ole Miss, and when he was coming out over here, we had Ole Miss fans arguing with us when I was saying, look, hey, don't even waste your time evaluating his running ability. It does not matter in the NFL, not for a guy like him, not unless you're Lamar Jackson. So what if he can run? You better be able to do everything else. Even to some degree, some of those others don't matter. So it's all potential, because in college it was inconsistent. It's not like he was surrounded by a collection of athletes like they put around the quarterbacks at Alabama or at Georgia. Okay. Because we could debate all day. Well, if you put Will Levis on Georgia's offense, what does he do? What are his numbers? Well, they're obviously going to be pretty good. So you're basing it on potential. And that's why it's a 50-50 thing, man. And put it this way, if Bryce Young had the physical attributes of Will Levis, then we're not even having a conversation who's the best or number one, right?
Right.
It's all these physical attributes. So what I see with him is, maybe if he gets to the NFL, they put this great team around him, maybe he can do a little bit of what Josh Allen does. Is he going to go up there and be Josh Allen? I doubt it very seriously. Very seriously. Is he going to go up there and immediately not turn the ball over in the NFL the way he did in college? No. So, I think a lot of the talk about these quarterbacks year to year, but especially this year, is really overblown. The best players in this draft are not quarterbacks, far and away.
I tell you want to see how quick the game can change on somebody. Peyton Manning, who we all consider really good, you go look at his turnovers in year one as he adjusted to the NFL. Unbelievable amount of turnovers in his first year of playing time there with the Colts. Matt, I want to ask you, have you seen enough tape on Garrett Nussmeier to give me an opinion on if he had a chance to be a starter at another SEC school, could he be successful in the SEC as a starting quarterback?
Just be honest with you, Jim, I don't want to talk out of turn. I probably haven't seen enough.
Right.
I know I've seen a few plays from him, and we know, a guy like that, the talent is there, but I really hadn't seen enough to break him down. And look, this is terrible to say. I guess somebody would be embarrassed to admit this, but some of these guys, I'm not even sure what team they're on anymore.
Yeah. Well, and that's it. I mean, Garrett, spring game is Saturday for LSU, and if you're, you just look around the league, Auburn, Florida, maybe in Alabama. I don't know who all is going to be looking for a quarterback. I'm just wondering, can Garrett Nussmeier go to Auburn or Florida, or be surrounded by a talent that you get in places like Tuscaloosa or College Station and be a winner?
Sure. And that would be an interesting case study to somebody that had time to sit down and just make me a chart, okay, or maybe a spreadsheet. I can see the big time recruits who obviously had the talent, who did a bunch of transferring from one spot to the next, and sort of what was the success chart? How does that look? Did they all go up, or was it really up and down, or did they just peter out and disappear? Because there's some that work and there's some that they go and maybe there's a desperate need at a place. And so you just walk right in. They need you so bad that they love you, and that sort of thing. But what I see a lot happening is even when it looks good on the front end, TJ Finley, these big time talented guys, I think it's really hard to walk into a locker room, all new faces, all these guys. I know we're in the portal era and everybody accepts it, but just to walk in and take over and be established and be one of the guys the way you have to be for this thing to just take off and run and be consistent. I know we have the Joe Burrow example, and that seems like a lifetime ago when he went from Ohio State to LSU, but he's a young guy, and really it was year 2 of taking over that program for it to really pop for him. So I don't know. Sometimes talent and ability and even fit, there's got to be I know people hate talking about it. There's got to be a chemistry aspect too, where there's a fit there also for it really to mesh into something that can go and be consistent every week.
Jaden was pretty good in transfer last year at LSU. Hooker, it was year 2 to your point. Corral came to mind. Justin Fields at Ohio State. Sometimes it's the Jimmies and Joes around you too. If you're Justin Fields, you go and be surrounded by those guys at Ohio State. It's easy to transfer at that point.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. Well, and you mentioned Hooker at Tennessee. I was talking about this with somebody the other day. We forget that initially he didn't even win the starting job at Tennessee.
That's right.
It was actually Joe Milton who won the starting job, and they began playing him that year. I think that was year 1 under Heupel.
Yeah, in the Pittsburgh game, they made the switch, right? It was at Pitt or right after the Pitts game?
I think it was in the Pitt game, yeah.
I think it was. And the reason they benched him is because Milton had this big arm. They kept getting people wide open on deep balls, and he's over to throwing them. Like he's pumping it so far down the field, they couldn't go get it. And they missed several. They give Hooker a chance, and then here you go. So, again, that can show you, they didn't really know what they had in Hendon Hooker until they ran into a situation where they felt forced to put him in the game, and here we go. And that's the thing about quarterbacks. It is so hard to judge it. There are guys who the lights come on and they become a different player than they are in practice. And there are guys who are great in practice who the lights come on and they throw it to the other team too much, So it's really hard to judge.
All right, go follow Matt on Twitter. By the way, he's got a new show, Fish Until Football. His first episode is up with the former quarterback Tyler Russell. This is 2 things you're passionate about, fishing and football, man.
Yeah, it is. And, if you were to ask, if you look at my grades in college, I was probably too passionate about fishing. I have been for a long time. I used to pull a boat, around campus and take up 2 parking spaces, and I'm going to leave class and go fishing. And when you're in the wrong spot, instead of giving you 1 ticket, they give you 2 if you got a boat behind it. So I racked up on those as well. But, yeah, we got some fun stuff going just because, running into so many of my buddies and former players who – that's kind of what we did. You go through the football thing where you play or coach. You don't get to do as much hunting. That off season really becomes May and June and July, and you're fishing all the time. So we're going to have a good time with that over here this year.
You're too young to remember the American Sportsman that used to be on Sundays, I think. Kirk Gowdy did it and some others. I don't know if you've ever seen that. Is it going to have that kind of feel to it? Like you talk a little sports, you talk a little fishing along the way, and it's a good background?
Yeah, I think so. Here's the thing about it, Jim's not taking it really too seriously.
Yeah.
This isn't a deal where we're going to, we're going to be taking $50,000 bass boats and hitting the river and, spending all day. We're really just kind of bebopping around. I got one this weekend. We're going to the Terra Wildlife Management Area outside of Vicksburg with my old quarterback roommate, Rob Morgan, and his little boy, Trace, and we're going to catch some brim. So, family and fun, kind of that sort of thing. Hey, and do you guys remember a long time ago in Alabama, grew up in Alabama, the guy that came on, I think his name was Archie something, and he'd always encourage everybody to wrap up the fish in newspaper and mail it in, and he would get it mounted for you. Y'all remember that outdoor show?
Yeah, no. it was Archie Phillips, I think.
Archie Phillips,
yeah.
It may be closer to Archie Phillips than it is the real Kurt Gowdy stuff. We'll have a good time.
I think that'll be good though.
Yeah, I remember Dennis Smith Outdoors. He was in Oxford, near where I grew up, and he used to do a nationwide radio show from Oxford, Alabama.
Well, Bill Dance was the guy with the Tennessee hat.
Yeah, Tennessee hat was Bill Dance, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Bill Dance, a classic. I got to interview Bill Dance one time, guys, over here at Old Waverly Golf Course.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, he is. He's actually got like hundreds of thousands of followers on social media and stuff. It's pretty cool. But I got to meet him, interview him one time at a fishing for kids. A golfing for kids event at Old Waverly. But he didn't play golf, so he launched his boat. Bill Dance did in the big lake behind the clubhouse at Old Waverly, and he's out there fishing during the golf tournament. And I asked him, I said, "Hey, Bill, you don't play golf?" He says, "No." He says, "They call it golf because all the other four-letter words were taken." And so that was my interaction with Bill Dance.
Hey, I just Googled on YouTube. You can find some old American sportsmen, and this shows you how long ago it was. It was 1972, and shows you how the world has changed. This episode is hunting giraffes in Kenya with Joseph Kennedy. Kurt Gowdy on NBC, and they're shooting giraffes.
Yeah, I don't know if you can do that.
Frowned upon today, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it'll get you some clicks, but you can't do it but once, I guess. Hey, Jim, if you want to Google this one or get on YouTube and look up Jerry Clower on the Orlando Wilson Fishing Show. Okay, it's one of the best episodes they ever had. We discovered it over here recently. We were looking at some old Jerry Clower stuff because he was a Mississippi State guy. So if you want to get a laugh one afternoon, look that one up on YouTube. You'll like it.
Yeah. Interesting. It's funny he says that. I stumbled across Jerry Clower the other night, and they were hunting raccoons, and he was in somebody had climbed over the tree.
Was he in a dumpster?
And they were at night, and they couldn't. It was a state law. You couldn't shoot them when they were in the tree.
Yeah,
the dogs had to get them out of the tree.
Yeah,
and so some guy climbed up there to try to knock him out of the tree, and
he got attacked. Right?
Yeah, it ended up being a lynx or something like that. Not a raccoon.
The punchline was just shoot up here amongst us, and you'll hit one of us. Or something.
One of us needs to get out of this pain.
One of us has got to get out of our misery.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, go follow Matt on Twitter at Radio Wyatt and support everything he does over there. Matt, thank you so much for the time, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Great to see y'all.
Hey, you too, buddy. Take care. Matt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Friends at Way to Wellness helping me lose weight before I walk across the desert in Arizona next week on my vacation. I'm down 14 pounds. With all the eating and drinking we did over the last 30 hours, I didn't gain anything, still a solid 190 this morning. That's what you can do. Live your life and still lose some weight or maintain your weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Just go to this website at planforme.com. Planforme.com. It's your journey to healthy living. Leslie and her board-certified team will come up with a specific plan for you. For me, it wasn't as much about weight loss as it was controlling my blood pressure numbers and my cholesterol numbers. But I've lost some weight in the process as well. You can find out what works for you by going to planforme.com. It is Way to Wellness, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first visit with Leslie is absolutely free. The website again, planforme.com. Back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, big softball this weekend over in Tuscaloosa. Auburn and Alabama playing each other. Auburn hasn't gone to Tuscaloosa since 2017. 2 nationally ranked teams, but even amazing is the pitchers in this series.
Hey, why is that?
Just the way it worked with the COVID in 2020, and they don't play each other every year. I don't know why it hasn't been over there in 2017,
Strange.
but the pandemic impacted that a little bit. But Matty Penta of Auburn, who's a junior, is number 3 in the country in strikeouts with 224, 19 wins. Her ERA is 1.05. She's one of 25 finalists for National Player of the Year. 25 finalists, and she's one of them. She'll be pitching this weekend, a lot of innings, as will Montana Fouts, friend of the show. She's also a national finalist for Player of the Year, and she's number 1 in the country in strikeouts with 244 strikeouts and an ERA right now that she's throwing out there of 1.50 and 17 wins. So these are 2 of the best pitchers in America, and they'll face each other a lot Friday, Saturday, and Sunday over in Tuscaloosa. Auburn and Alabama, 2 nationally ranked softball teams on the series this weekend. Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing wants to help you out. Get that free no-cost roof inspection. When's the last time you had your roof inspected? How important is the roof to your house? You need to get it inspected, and Greg will do it for free. No obligation. Free no-cost roof inspection. Call him up, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. It helps you with anything you have to do dealing with your roof and insurance companies. The best warranties in the business. You can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. If you're a former military person, somebody in your family that served, he's got special offers for you as well, just to say thank you for serving our country. Just that kind of business guy. He and his wife run the company, and they've got great price points. 205-542-3531, Storm Restoration Roofing. Man, good to catch up with Matt Wyatt. Talk a little football. A couple of basketball notes happened while we were talking to Matt. Auburn's Jalen Williams, Auburn basketball, declares for the NBA draft. He's going to keep his eligibility open till he can return. I don't know if people like that or not, because it gets very confusing. People that declare for the draft, but they can still come back. So you always really think to yourself, we're going to end up getting these guys back, right?
Well, I mean, generally it feels like you got one foot in the boat, one foot on the shore. You want to stay on the shore. You want to see if the boat will hold you, but you're going to make sure you stay on the shore. So I always assume you're going to back. Yeah.
But Jalen Williams, if you're an Auburn fan, you're probably thinking you're going to get him back right now.
That's it.
Yes.
Alabama fans think they're going to get JQ and Bediako back, right?
Yeah, I don't think they think they're going to get drafted. Yeah, but I think you would think they're coming back.
Yeah. So that's my point is, why do we go through this process of I'm going to declare for the NBA draft and keep my eligibility, in the old days, if you declared for the NBA draft, you were in the NBA draft and you had to stay. I like the flexibility, I guess, for the players. It's very confusing for fans.
Yeah, like last year with Sheboy winning National Player of the Year, I understand a situation like that where you want to test the waters. Some of these guys, it is just so obvious, but all it takes is one person. Everybody's got an ego, at least at that level. It only takes one guy to tell you you're going to get drafted. That's all it takes.
I mean, I hope you listen to more than that, but you're right. And I like the fact that you can come back. I wish there's a way they could do it in college football. It just the calendar does not work that way that it does in basketball. I wish there's a way they could do it in college football.
Because you've seen a couple of who was the Auburn receiver one year, who was really good, and he left for the NFL draft and then went undrafted. And you thought to yourself,
"Oh, it was Duke Williams."
Duke Williams was one because he ended up playing CFL. It seems like there was another one too that you were like, man, you could have helped Auburn a lot this next year, and then you're off playing in the CFL or somewhere else.
I thought it was Duke.
No, Duke did. Absolutely. You were right about that. He ended up going to the CFL because he didn't. Sammy Coates.
Sammy Coates is what Pritchett was.
Yeah, it was another one.
Yeah.
I mean, those are guys that you just like, dude, if you'd stayed, you could have really helped Auburn and maybe helped your draft stock. So,
well, again, it's a different era now because of the NIL. I mean, I can't even imagine. As a kid, I told my boys this the other night when we were in Tuscaloosa, I would take $30 out to the Strip, and that was a night. And I could have a good night on $30.
What could you get on $30 at the Strip right now?
Probably not. Well, I mean, you could actually get, 3 or 4 beers and a slice of pizza. I mean, you could have a decent night probably with $30.
But a lot of places back then, you had dollar beer nights or something.
But my point is now these kids have a lot more than $30. And even a second string center has more than $30.
Oh, we were at a pretty high end establishment bar the other night. And then all of a sudden, a boatload of sorority girls come walking in buying basically $20 drinks.
Yeah. Now, they weren't NIL, I don't think.
No, they were from their dads.
Not in the traditional.
Yeah. But I'm saying, a lot of these kids are making, I don't know how much. $1,000 a month is a lot of money for a college kid.
Yeah, their dads were funding them, hoping they would keep their name, image, and likeness. Yes.
Yeah, they were though. I mean, those drinks were $12, $14 a drink though. In a college town, that's expensive.
Oh, I thought the milkshake Brown was drinking was because I paid for one of Brown's drinks.
Of course you did.
I think it was $15 the one you were drinking, Brown.
Yeah. Oh, was it that much?
I think it was $15.
What did you think about that joint? That's the joint I took you guys to.
That was a weird bar, but I liked it. It kind of had a interesting vibe to it. Yeah. I liked it though.
Had a lot of red lighting.
Yeah.
Walked in, there was a pentagon on the wall.
Oh, I didn't see that. A pentagram?
Pentagram.
I didn't see that. Are you serious?
Not the pentagon. Yeah, pentagram.
Oh, I'd have left if I'd have seen that.
Very protected inside the pentagon on the
wall. It's called Nocturnal.
Well, I knew it was called Nocturnal, but I didn't know it had a satanic vibe to it.
I don't think there was. I think that was just one little thing.
So Nocturnal should only open at sunset and close at sunrise, right? That'd be a good bar, right?
Yeah. Or more interesting if it was never open at night.
Oh, the other way. Yeah. Never open at night. That would be weird. All right. Last night in the NBA, we had a little interesting fact. Memphis beat the Lakers, and Memphis didn't have Ja Morant. I've already asked this to LT, and it blew his mind, which gave you too big of a hint there. 35 games in 2 years Memphis has played without Ja Morant. What's their record?
35 games? Yeah. I would say they're 5-30.
They are 27-8 without Ja Morant.
I went the other way, didn't I?
Yes.
You better be right into that one.
27 wins and 8 losses without Ja Morant. They got the win last night over the Lakers. 103-93. Wasn't even close.
So today, Verno and Memphis said, guys, I got to ask the question. Are we better without Ja Morant?
LeBron said this after the game, though. Tyus Jones gets the start, and as good as Ja is, Tyus Jones has led the NBA the last 3 years in assist-to-turnover ratio. So Tyus Jones is a really good option. He's not Ja, but that still is a surprising number. But Giannis, I saw this after you and I talked about this. So the Bucks now have played 20 games without Giannis this year. You know what their record is?
What?
Just take a guess. 20 games.
So this is Bucks without Giannis.
Yep.
20 games.
Because they win last night to tie up the Heat.
I'm going to say 5 and 15.
Yeah, I'm so baffled right now. I'm going to go the other way, 15 and 5.
12 and 8.
12 and 8. I mean, that's better than I would have thought.
Yeah, that is
I only
crazy.
said 15 and 5 because of the way Dunaway had set this last one up.
That's it. Take advantage of your opportunities is what we have here. But Rockstar cut number 3. I mean, LeBron in a losing effort, 28 and 12.
He got called out.
28 and 12. But afterwards, LeBron apparently was talking a little smack on the court, as NBA players tend to do. First of all, just punch up Dylan Brooks here, still shot. He sees
That
the
is a look.
I mean, he sees the world in 3D. I mean, he's got his 3D glasses on.
Lenny Kravitz blush.
Yeah.
Hey, that is confidence.
That
I
is
don't know
confidence.
if the
the,
DB necklace is
douchebag.
big enough.
It's douchebag, right?
What it is?
Dylan Brooks. But those glasses right there, I mean, he are objects like dot. I mean, he sees those microphones and they're coming at him. It's like 3D light.
It's like the
here.
ones you make out of cardboard where you get them made out of the pizza box.
Sadly, those are about $1,200.
Yeah, there ain't no telling.
Does not surprise me. Dylan Brooks here gets asked about smack talking with LeBron James, and he goes old school on him.
Lakers are making that run. They get it to 14. You and LeBron have that exchange. There are people out there that say maybe you shouldn't do that with one of the better players in the game. What were you thinking?
I don't care. He's old. You know what I mean? I was waiting for that. I was expecting him to do that game 4, game 5. He wanted to say something when I got my 4th foul. He should have been saying that earlier on. But, I poke bears. I don't respect no one until they come and give me 40. I pride myself on, what I do is defense and taking on any challenge that's on the board.
I told Lance we were at Odie's last night, and I saw it go into a break when one of the 2 times Dylan Brooks got in his face and was clapping hands in his face. And I said, Lance, your team is letting LeBron basically get trolled in Memphis. I mean, they're up in his face. This is LeBron we're talking about.
Okay, but LeBron at 38 is playing like a 25-year-old this year.
Dylan Brooks says he's old.
Called him old.
And for Dylan Brooks to say, come at me with 40. How many damn times do people score 40 in a game?
He said, I'm not going to respect him until he drops 40 in the playoffs.
He drops 37 on you.
So he respected MJ, Kobe.
No.
I mean, just a handful of people who consistently can drop 40 on you.
In the playoffs, Jim. I'm not going to respect him until he drops 40
I mean, Kobe,
in the playoffs.
To put in perspective, Kobe Bryant, in his entire career, who played a long time, only had 122 40-point games.
Yeah, and that counts regular season.
Regular season
defense
playoffs
is very
everything.
different.
Yeah, so Dylan Brooks is one of the better defenders right now in basketball. They knew that was going to be the matchup going into this series. And look, I don't mind him poking the bear cage. I like a little chirping. Calling LeBron old. LeBron is old by basketball standards, but he doesn't play old.
He doesn't play old. This comes, though, you're now engaged with your Lakers.
I am.
You find yourself, you said, this first time I cheered for the Lakers in years.
Almost wore a Lakers shirt last night.
Almost.
Wow. My bus went out this week.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm back.
Well,
I'm back
look,
as a Lakers fan.
Dunaway, LeBron's back on his home court against a guy that just called him old.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the biggest problem last night was Anthony Davis.
We love to do this over the years. What would MJ have done?
He would put 40 at least and do this to him.
Yeah, get in his face.
He would do this.
LeBron would come across midcourt and point at Dylan Brooks and say, come on, let's go.
I will tell you this. I really believe, and if you're out there and you've got a betting app, play the over. LeBron's total, I bet, will be 28.5 to 29 on Saturday. He's going to put 40 on Dylan Brooks.
MyBookie.ag, and we'll talk to Buster Olney, thanks to our friends at MyBookie.ag, later in the show. He'll be with us at 12 noon to talk a little baseball on the betting app there. Tonight, Philadelphia and Brooklyn, and then 2 good series, Sacramento and Golden State, TNT at 9 o'clock, and Phoenix and the Clippers, NBA TV, 9:30 tonight in the NBA playoffs as we continue there. One more note about hockey last night, right after LT tells us about our friends at Hemphill Services. Tell us about Hemphill, man.
Remember, yesterday we felt the heat. Spring weather is here. Our friends at Hemphill Services, they're offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
We all agree that in the Stanley Cup playoffs, your regular season really means nothing, right? Boston, the Bruins, just had the best regular season, both by wins and points, in NHL history. They won game one of the series with the Florida Panthers last night in the Garden. They still call it that? TD Gardens, right? They still call it the Garden in Boston. The Florida Panthers score 4 goals in the fourth period to beat Boston. That series is now tied 1-1 as they go to Miami in the series. But what makes this interesting, late check when the game's already out of hand in the corner, and then the final 90 seconds of that game ends up having fight, ejections in all of those. Unbelievable chippiness. It took forever to play the last 96 seconds, I think.
Because of all the fighting.
Because of all the fighting, all because of a late hit after the whistle down in the corner. Watch that series as it goes to Miami and see how chippy it gets.
That was flukish, though. 15 turnovers for the Bruins, who were so good. The goalkeeper last night for the Panthers won his first ever postseason start.
Yeah, stopped 34 of 37 shots.
Alex Lyon. So
standing on his head, I think, is the hockey terminology there.
A great performance last night. Brown and I Brown said they're filing out right now. Looking over the shoulder.
That's what they were showing was the people leaving the arena.
And they left before the last 96 seconds. They missed a fun 96 seconds.
This is like 9 minutes to go.
But I told him I still feel great about Boston winning this series.
All right, more NHL goes tonight. Tampa Bay and Toronto. Toronto's been 19 years since they've won postseason series. They're now 1-0 on their home ice. Baseball today, Angels and Yankees, a little afternoon baseball, 3 o'clock. Good series starts tonight at Wrigley. Dodgers and Cubs at 6:40. The Braves with a day off before they return home and get the world champion Astros in Atlanta this weekend. Fun weekend in Atlanta for you guys there. When we come back, we'll get back to college football. An interesting trend in coaching and also a possible freshman starting quarterback for a good legendary coach. Our friends at Odie's had these guys out for trivia last night.
So the question last night, Dunaway, these guys know the answer because Brown was there, Rocky was there. We had a great crowd, saw some new faces in the crowd. Really excited this time of year at Odie's because that patio's open. There's a lot of people home from college. It's just a good electric crowd. So what came first, Justin Timberlake or the Toyota Camry?
I've got Timberlake at 43. So what does 43 take me back to?
That would take you to 1980.
1980. The Camry, I do not think was around in my high school years. I don't think we had a Camry back in the high school. So I'm going to say Justin Timberlake is older than the Camry.
The Toyota Camry, 1982.
Yes.
Timberlake, 81.
Yeah, 81.
You're very close.
So there you go. These are the little factoids you learn on Wednesday nights at Odie's Team Trivia. A lot of fun. Come join us every Wednesday night. But outside of that, it's a cool place on weekends, live music on Fridays and Saturdays. The food is delicious. From the award-winning wings, the delicious burgers, great sandwiches, salads. You can sit on that patio, enjoy ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, the Michelob Ultra. Make sure you stop in, see Will Aver, that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
How much are you paying for your auto loan or your RV loan? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union may help you save. It's time for Swap and Drop for all members of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Swap to Legacy and drop that rate. You can apply online at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any Legacy Community Federal Credit Union branch. It's time to swap and drop with Legacy Credit Union, proud supporters of UAB and UAB Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, this is the Next Round. We continue on today. You know, we were talking to Matt Wyatt. He said when he hears our voices, he's always thinks of football. 88 days, and we're up in Nashville for SEC Media Days. I mean, we really got to start making plans.
Hey, so I've got
we already have, Jim.
In a little bit. I don't know if we've got time for this today because I know you're leaving tomorrow, so I think you would rather do this. But I've got my question, y'all's answer, college football.
My question.
You asked the question?
Answer?
Yeah.
You know what we'll do? We'll make that the 11 o'clock segment.
All right.
LT's question, D&B's answer.
You already got them ready to go?
Do we have an open for that?
I will have them ready to go.
Yeah, we got one.
It's only going to be like 5 or 6, though. Jeff over there, real quick, in the Coke Zero chat room, thought Lance hated LeBron. Back on the train, haha. Sounds like a sidewalk UAT fan.
Oh, the old sidewalk fan, yeah.
I can't explain to you how long I've been a Lakers fan. I don't like LeBron. But I like this Lakers team. I've always liked Anthony Davis.
Right.
I always liked D'Angelo Russell. I never knew why we got rid of D'Angelo Russell, outside of throwing some people like Swaggy P under the bus. Austin Reeves.
You really wanted Julius Randle at one point.
I love Julius Randle. But, yeah, LeBron James is the guy that turned me off. But this is a fun Lakers team to watch, and it's kind of a deck stacked against them. Like,
the Lakers are the little engine that could all of a sudden.
No, they really, I mean, not right now because of the reassembly of what they've got on this roster. But at one point this year, they had no shot. And I just like the team that they've put together. It's just a fun team to watch.
But it's why I'm sort of looking forward to the Bucs season coming up, because it's the start of a rebuild. And not having Brady anymore, it's sort of, okay, we're going to go back to being the Bucs and see what we can build in the future.
But you can have a team where you don't like a guy, and I know the central figure on this team is LeBron, but I'm trying to get past that. I'm trying to get past my love for the Lakers should outweigh my dislike for LeBron.
100%.
Should, yes.
Thanks for that comment over in the Coke Zero chat room. Tell us about Harbin's Outdoor, LT, and then I'll get to these a couple of college football notes I wanted to get to.
Yeah, Michael was asking me over in the Coke Zero chat room if I've sold my house yet. I have not. Somebody's actually looking at it right now. But when I do sell my house, hopefully the place I'm going to be in is going to have room for a pool, and there's only one call I'm going to make, and that's Harbin's Outdoors. I've already talked to Jeremy about this. Harbin's Outdoors, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. If you're watching us right now on the next round, you see his beautiful, unique work right there. You can also call or text Jeremy directly. Tell him the next round sent you. 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
It's Shane Beamer doing a wonderful job recruiting at South Carolina. Another big recruit yesterday. 4-star cornerback Braden Lee picked South Carolina over Ohio State and Maryland. Pretty good there from where he's sitting there in Columbia. So very good for Shane Beamer. Colorado, their big spring game coming up this weekend. A trio of former players hit the portal, including 2 starters yesterday. That gets the total of the people who Dion said in that first meeting, I'm bringing my luggage, and it's Louis with me. 25 players in the portal now from Colorado.
Boy, I wonder what his roster is going to look like just numbers-wise. I mean, I'm sure he's done well in the portal, too. I think there are a lot of people who want to go play for Dion.
It'll be light.
Yeah, but he's probably going to have a light roster in this first year. This is going to be a build. And, I mean, they are a fascinating team to watch. Now, I'm not going to watch any of the spring game. I'm not that fascinated. But they are fascinating to watch when this season comes because it's not a particularly easy schedule for them.
Well, you heard our buddy Josh Pate, who was on with us on Tuesday, talking about this roster turnover in the next couple of years is going to be probably the most dramatic we've seen in college football. He said USC is going to be close. We saw this with USC last year, but look what USC was able to do in year one. And I agreed with what Josh said. You know, Colorado from 1 win to 3 or 4 wins, people aren't going to think that that's big of a deal because of the expectation with Dion now. But that's going to be a huge jump for Dion.
Yeah, and if you can run to the gate, what Furman said yesterday on that 5.5, I'd take the under all day long.
Oh yeah, all day long. I think you do that with Dion. I think you do it with Matt Rule. A lot of these first year coaches.
They play each other, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and Matt Rule's spring game also coming up on Saturday. UCLA with Chip Kelly, they don't have the
Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Yeah, they don't have DTR anymore. So they're in a quarterback battle. They got a big recruit in, and he may end up being the starting quarterback. True freshman Dante Moore of UCLA possibly could be winning that job. Got 3 guys competing, but Moore's right there as a true freshman.
Well, Chip Kelly's one of these guys, been in the game long enough, running his offense. You got to have an athletic guy back there, and Moore's supposed to be that guy.
And then the one trend in coaching I wanted to – we can beat up some of these high-profile athletes, and, maybe people will take a shot at Deion Sanders. I think what he did at Jackson State was admirable, and now he's at Colorado, and he's going to try to rebuild that and do the coaching thing at the Power 5 level. Eddie George, who is back doing it at Tennessee State, coaching. I mean, these are guys who are not doing it for the money. They are doing it first where they were for the love of the game and to give back to the sport and to the African-American community. What Tyrone Wheatley is doing. Last year, running back coach of the Denver Broncos and was going to be allowed to stay in the NFL as a coach, had several offers. He took the head coaching job at Division II Wayne State there in Detroit. Wayne State. He's the head coach now at a D2 school, leaving the NFL just to give back to his community. Big, what was he, Michigan legend.
Oh,
there.
yeah. Admirable. The good news is if this is, Joe Moore, you might, end up career suicide where you're never heard from again. Ty Wheatley's at least got a name. He's got those connections.
So he could go back being running back coach in the NFL if it doesn't work. But to go take a D2
or if
job.
it works at Wayne State, it's maybe he parlays that into a mid-major job.
Yeah. They are 317, 444, and 29 all time, a 420 win percentage. That's a bad job.
Yeah, and just from the story I was reading at the Athletic, not a lot of facilities, not a lot of stuff there. So he definitely is taking on a challenge there to coach in D2. All right, when we come back, Rockstar, maybe he'll sing the Open. Maybe he'll make it the Open live for us. LT's questions D&B's Answers. Rockstar does return to the lounge, though, tomorrow. Rockstar's Lounge with us on Friday. Tomorrow, he's got our 4 downs later in the final hour of the show. So, too, is Buster Olney on this show that's being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. It's a specialty show as we get ready for the big weekend. Campers everywhere.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It all starts tomorrow with that big one on the Boulevard. Saturday's got a doubleheader of racing and Cole Swindell in concert. And then Sunday is the Geico 500. You can reserve your spot, see more about the garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR, presented by Cool Ray, right there at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Our friends at Wayne's will bring you the headlines here. For 50 years, Wayne's built this tremendous company here, starting from the scratch, and now those beautiful shiny yellow trucks are all over your neighborhood. And they deliver great service. They have for 50 years now. And they've got a great offer. You can save $50 off of any of their services. Stack them together, save $100, $150, $200 on all their services if you use our promo code. That promo code is TNR. TNR. Go to callwaynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. And when you talk to the representative, say, I want to use a promo code TNR. And that's going to save you a bunch of money on pest control, termite prevention, mosquito prevention, and the lawn care service that is second to none. All 4 of those services, and you save $50 off each. Best part of this, can be a new customer, if you don't use Wayne's right now. But if you're watching us or listening to us right now and you are a Wayne's customer, you can still get those great savings just by using the promo code TNR. So go to callwaynes.com or call them up, 866-WAYNES1, promo code TNR. All right, it's official. Oakland is leaving. The A's are leaving Oakland. Oakland's not leaving the A's. The A's are leaving Oakland.
Oakland left the A's long ago, didn't they?
There's the announcement, the statement from the Oakland A's. The organization bought 49 acres in Las Vegas and plenty of desert out there to keep building in Las Vegas. They're going to build on that lot right there a new baseball stadium, and that's where Oakland will move to eventually. And the city of Oakland comes back and says, we're ceasing negotiations. It's a done deal. We're on it. We're on the move.
Yeah, I read the story this morning, and Oakland's mayor is extremely pissed off. But, if I'm the A's organization, I don't know what they expected from the city, but shouldn't it really be the organization that's making money from Major League Baseball in this extra innings television contract and Fox and TBS? Shouldn't they be taking care of the facilities and the upgrades?
Well, there's just too many of these municipalities that have built stadiums and done upkeep on stadiums for franchises. And it's like when you give the cat a dish of milk, you now have a cat. And so many of these municipalities have built stadiums. I think it's just the way Major League Baseball and the NFL and everybody thinks it works now. Is I get the city on the hook for the stadium, or the county or the state or whoever on the hook for the stadium, and I don't have to do all the work. Now, look, there are benefits to having, the Braves, for instance. That was hotly debated about whether or not, is that Cobb County, I think it is, where the Braves are?
I don't get the counties confused, but they moved from one county to the other.
Yeah, they moved from Fulton County to another county, and there were a lot, because the county, I think, really incentivized the Braves to do that. And it became hotly debated, but you can't deny that area hasn't exploded because the Braves Stadium is there. It has. A lot of new tax dollars, a lot of new revenue.
And I'll be honest.
Was it worth it? I don't know. But
if I was part of that A's organization, I would be excited about this move. I mean, they have played in arguably outside of Tropicana, the worst venue in all of Major League Sports.
For a long, long time. They've done that with crappy locker rooms and crappy, everything that goes around a game day experience. And in Las Vegas, the town has proven with the Raiders, but before that, even the Golden Knights, that there is a fan base in Las Vegas, more than tourism, that can go support a franchise, even with as many games as they play. What is it, 82?
Yeah.
81 home games, whatever it is, 81 home games.
Yeah.
So, good luck to the future. Hopefully they keep the uniforms, because we all agree those are fantastic unis for the Oakland A's. Jalen Williams to the NBA draft from Auburn. But he's going to keep open his eligibility. Will Shaver, former Oak Mountain star who was at North Carolina, announces he is on his way to Belmont, transfer there. Still waiting to fill up some other roster spots around all of college basketball as that continues. And Tiger Woods had a fusion on his ankle, Brownie. Let me see if I can get the medical term. A subtular fusion, something like that.
A subtubular, I think is what it is. Okay. So I was reading about it this morning. It's a little bit confusing. It's basically they knew this could possibly happen because there was a lack of blood flow to those bones after he almost lost his leg.
Is it going to sort of make it a permanent
anytime
a
you
lock?
Anytime you fuse, it fuses two bones in a joint together to try to strengthen that bone. And I was reading this morning where there are a lot of doctors that say the best case scenario for him is Masters next year. That is probably
after this surgery, so all the majors are off.
Yeah, he's probably going to be sidelined because he'll be non-weight bearing for 6 weeks.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's what I read. Non-full weight bearing for 6 weeks, and that's not even getting back on the golf course. That's just on the knee scooter for a little while. So yeah, I think I don't think he's made an official announcement yet, but I think you're done seeing him this year. It'll probably be the next Masters.
Sad.
Yeah,
Sad,
it is.
Yep.
I think unfortunately that's what this is going to become with the rest of his career. He's going to be a ceremonial golfer in a lot of ways, I think. That's unfortunate.
I can't believe I'm going to ask this question. If he'd had the leg amputated instead of, saving the leg, which he says will never be the same again. I mean, I wonder if that ever crossed his mind on what that would have done with his playing.
Yeah, I just don't think
because the leg is such a problem.
He could have never been the same.
No.
I think his only hope in doing that was trying to save the leg. Yeah.
Speaking of which, do you see Buddy Stevens, former Stanford coach, lost his leg today?
I did not.
I didn't. No.
I kind of lost.
He was cycling. He got hit by a truck going 50 miles an hour.
Gee.
Now this was weeks ago.
God, he's lucky to live, Lance.
But yeah, they had to amputate the leg yesterday.
Yeah.
Awful.
All right. So those are your headlines there, brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. TNR is the promo code. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1. We ask and we receive. Jeff from Anniston is on line number 1 right now. Jeff, how are you, buddy?
Hey, despite the limb taking in the headlines, I'm having a ball.
It was kind of a sad turn to you, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Brownie, I didn't mean to steal your line there about having a ball, but speaking of which, is there a minimum amount of balls that Brown has to gobble down at the Gala of Gonads?
Well, I mean, we got to get it on the calendar first. There haven't really been any rules set. I think once I select one and put it on the calendar, I think Jim and Lance will kind of come up with the structure of it.
Yeah, I think it's a future backroom podcast. I heard the guys' discussion on whether or not Brown will actually pay this one off. Is that what I heard Lunsford pitching the other day in y'all's meeting?
Flame that flame. Get it. Pour some gas on
No, he'll pay this one off. But Brown likes to travel a little bit.
I mean, I just don't know why you would bring that up, Dunaway.
Here's what I was thinking, Jeff.
Get you and Lunsford fighting.
There is somebody that runs this festival, and I think we have them on the front end.
Yeah, we can do that.
We find out exactly how many different varieties of nads there are, and then we make sure Brown has to sample all those.
The old ball festival runner. How about that? That's a hell of a title.
I know that's your job.
Well, I mean, he'll at least have to eat 2, a left and a right. It's like the Twix.
One of them won't have to be LT.
Jeff, it's like that old Twix commercial, right? The left Twix, right Twix.
Yeah, it is Twix.
It was Twix, yeah.
This one we call the Chernobyl.
Oh, that'd be good. He has to eat 10 of them and make him do the Hot Ones challenge with testicles.
Oh my gosh! And to me, the only, and I know this is pretty much set in stone, the only acceptable replacement would be, since LT's bracket was so bad too, and he wanted to do a video, is to have Brown and LT with them singing and dressed exactly the part, do a frame by frame remake of Dancing in the Street by Mick Jagger and David Bowie.
So uncomfortable.
Y'all would make money. Y'all could make a lot of money for charity if y'all did that, I guarantee you. And when y'all think of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, or Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons, Bruce Springsteen, the E Street Band, Susie and the Banshees, do y'all think of like Tom Petty as part of the Heartbreakers, or is he like a separate entity?
Yeah, he is the guy.
Yeah, I understand the E Street Band also is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I now believe separately.
Like it was like 10 or 15 years later.
I understand that, but to me, Bruce Springsteen basically is a solo.
Yeah, I think anytime you have the name and then a group, you're going to have the separation.
Right.
Like, for bands like Guns N' Roses with Axl Rose, it's Guns N' Roses. And now if it would have been Axl Rose and Guns N' Roses, you probably would have separated.
Yeah, I think here's the big test, Jeff. If the Heartbreakers went on the same tour Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers went on, how many people go to the show with just the Heartbreakers?
True. Yeah, that's true. I guess Van Halen would be the exception to that.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of Journey, too, to be honest with you, because the guitar player and the keyboardist are the guys who wrote the songs, and they're amazing at playing it. But, and they sort of have now proven they could just insert next person in singing and make a lot of money.
My problem with Van Halen, and this is just a weird hang-up for me, was that most of the time the band is named after the front man. And Van Halen is the guitarist in the band.
And drummer.
And brothers, too. That's why.
Yeah, and so I know, but somebody else was singing. Normally it's the guy that's doing all the singing.
But Van Halen created the band.
I'm aware of that, but normally like Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Bruce Springsteen, I mean, it's normally the guy that's doing the singing that gets the lead billing.
Bon Jovi,
yeah.
I wonder, what do you think about Alvin and the Chipmunks? Because Alvin is a chipmunk.
Never really liked the Chipmunks.
Yeah, but Alvin was the alpha.
Yeah.
I mean, without him, you wouldn't go see the movie.
Yeah, he's the only one that got the letter on his that red ass nightgown he wears.
If Simon and Theodore were in concert, would you go see Simon and Theodore? No, you want to see Alvin.
I'd see him. And I hate folks that, or I told you so, but I'll just say this: y'all had a brilliant caller the week before the NCAA tournament that told you Bama's ceiling was the Sweet 16.
Was that you? Was that you?
I believe it might have been. You're going to forget that, really? Because y'all poo-pooed me when I said it then.
Wow.
I told you one of three things. If one of these three happened, tell me if any of these happened, they would lose. That's why I said their ceiling was the Sweet 16. I said if they play grown men in the middle, does San Diego State have that?
Yep. They did. Yep. They did.
Bama wasn't hitting their threes with that.
That didn't happen either.
And turnovers. I said either one of them three, and they would lose.
It happened all three. All three did it. Yeah.
Right. All right. So talking about Lamar Jackson a little bit, would y'all rather have an above-average passer who's a great runner or a great passer who's an average runner?
I want a great passer. Great passer. Yeah.
So do you think that might be why that Lamar's not getting the deals he's wanting to get? Because do y'all consider him a great passer?
No, see, I think an example of a great passer and a did you say a good runner?
Average to good, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Joe Burrow.
And Joe Burrow, as LT points out, he
might be a little better. He was better than average at LSU, but in the NFL, he's just enough that he can move the sticks.
And that's it. You don't. And Matt Wyatt made this point earlier. When you get to the NFL, you're playing such elite speed on defense. You just have to be able, occasionally to keep the defense honest, to run and. Peyton Manning occasionally would run for a first down. Tom Brady occasionally would run for a first down, even late in their years. You just have to be able to keep the defense honest enough to maybe free up a little bit of space receiving. But you've got to be an elite passer in the NFL to be successful. And I would take elite passing over the ability to run anyway. And if you're going to run, you've got to be built like Cam Newton or Allen or, Lamar Jackson, who's done a good job. He's so fast and avoids the contact sometimes. I would rather have the guy that can drop it on there. But the big buzz on Lamar now is maybe he's wanting only a 3-year deal, $150 million, which would be, $50 million a year, which is, a huge contract. But if you don't want to give me a long-term deal, give me a short three-year $150 and allow me still sort of in my prime to hit free agency again. So that may be what's on the board for Lamar Jackson.
That same brilliant caller also had Joe Burrow rated higher than Dunaway before his senior year at LSU. Just saying. Also, I had Argentina winning the World Cup too.
Higher than Dunaway?
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, I had him third going in the SEC.
Yeah, you might have. Dunaway, we blow it out of proportion. Dunaway said Burrow's a good quarterback. We said he's average.
Yeah.
All you had to do is look at his last 2 or 3 games of his junior year, and you could see it coming.
Yeah, and that's what I always went to.
You couldn't see it coming.
No, everybody always says it.
Yeah, in the bowl game, he looked
Everybody
great.
always says it changed on that hit in the bowl game.
Oh, yeah,
I've never really agreed with
it.
that.
Me.
Just curious there in the big house, is Rockstar considered part of the, quote, talent or part of the back room? And
I think he plays both.
Yeah.
I'm in purgatory.
Go between.
Yeah,
he is our link to the back room.
Knife.
Yeah. But as anybody in the back room would tell you, Jeff, the real talent's in the back room.
That's right. They're all the talent.
Because what Forster does to punch up unbelievable timely things and to punch camera shots, and what Lunsford does just to keep us on the air, and he does math for us, and he keeps up with a number of shows, and Rockstar punching the buttons, and Tyler back there who fills in on any of those jobs. Really out here, we have the easiest
You
jobs.
say that about Luntz, and I've been out a lot, so I can't really say much, but that's an empty chair a lot. Look.
Wow. Oh, Luntz isn't back there is what you're saying. That means he's working somewhere else right now.
He's closing deals, man.
Yeah. That means Lunsford is off on.
He's in the parking lot getting a lobster roll.
Oh, there's a good chance.
Are they back?
No,
they haven't been here in a while.
You'd have to go to the ATM.
Here comes the Brinks truck.
I don't have enough cash for that.
The economy is too bad right now. He
was chatting in the lobby because he wouldn't have heard me.
The economy's too bad for that lobster truck to be rolling around right now. At least up here, it's unbelievable.
time for a couple quick sports plays.
Oh, sure. We had a segment plan that was going to be pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, we'll do it later. We'll do it after we talk to Buster Olney.
Go ahead. Brownie, your bathroom would go for about $2 million in New York City.
I know. I see those TikToks about the apartments in New York City and what they ask for those things. It's crazy.
I'll tell you, Jeff, it looks so good, though. If I don't sell my house, I think I'm going to do what Brown did.
Oh, yeah. You're going to go with my guy, Brad Bill? A-plus tile and home remodeling?
Game changer, man.
Yep.
It is. It looks great. And I wanted to save these questions till LT got back, so they might be kind of old. But does TCU have a chance to beat Georgia?
No.
I'm just kidding. You weren't out that long, LT. I'm just messing with you.
I was just talking about in the history of college football, they don't have a chance.
All right, better team, the 2018 Nova or this year's UConn?
I'm still going to say 2018 Nova, though this year's UConn had almost an unprecedented dominance in a NCAA tournament. I'd still go 2018 for Nova.
The taste I can't get out of my mouth is them losing 6 of 8. If that never happens, if they lose, back-to-back in the middle of the season.
Well, they're probably a 1 or 2 seed at that point, not a 5 seed, yeah.
They were so loaded. They really were. What do y'all think is the best team of the 2000s? Would it be that 18, or would it be the Florida teams, or the 09 North Carolina?
Oh, I think I would take that second Florida team, the 07.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one.
I mean, they were wire to wire.
Right. And they had the bullseye on them from the start of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which team with long stretch of greatness seems like they did or should have won more than one national championship? The Thompson's Georgetown teams, Richardson's Arkansas, Clark's UNLVs, or Izzo's Michigan State?
You are Georgetown, 100%.
Georgetown,
because they were there 3 consecutive years.
Yeah, and they had Patrick Ewing, who was just an anomaly. I mean, he was an NBA player playing college basketball.
When you think about him, to me, I always think they won more than one championship.
I know. They were very disappointing as it turned out. Now, they gave that one away to North Carolina. I mean, they got ball in hand, and I don't know what Sleepy Floyd was it? Yeah, I don't know what he's doing there.
All right. Last one, and glad you're better, LT, and
Thank you, Jeff.
You too, Brownie, and so anyway, I hope you have a safe, fun trip.
Thank you.
What's the biggest head scratcher to y'all? Texas has never won a basketball national championship, or Auburn's streak of 33 years without back-to-back 10-win seasons.
Auburn's 33.
Jeff does it all the time. You can bring that one up every offseason.
But I remember
I'll tell you something, though, Brownie. I looked it up the other day, quite a few teams to see. It's a lot rarer than – do you know LSU did not have one until Les Miles got there?
One back-to-back 10-win season?
Yes.
That is hard to believe now.
Just the upper 4 or 5 teams have done it fairly common. It's a lot more rare than you would think. That blew my mind.
But
now
I'm
going to quit giving them a hard time on that. In fact, that's the only time Auburn's ever had back-to-back 10-win seasons.
Well, I just remember you telling us that almost a decade ago when we were at Josh.
Right.
And now when you're playing 13 games.
It seems like it happened a lot.
Yeah.
I know. It's crazy. All right, guys. I love you. Thanks.
I love you, Jeff. Thank you, buddy.
Got to love you, man.
I think there's probably, if I'm just guessing, I bet there's a streak right now in college football where you have at least 10 programs that have won back-to-back
10-win season.
Yeah.
Okay. Like currently?
Yeah, currently.
Well, since you made a point that Lunsford never does anything, maybe Lunsford.
I did not make that point. I said the chair was empty.
A lot.
Since I've been back. That's all I said.
As Lunsford pointed out in the chat room, he's the one person up here that can press one button and it's all over with for us.
Yes, he knows. he's got the red button.
He just keeps lowballing me in my house. That's my problem.
He says his lowball offer is still out there if you want to get rid of your house.
You haven't said yes yet?
Hey, what was? I mean, can you text me what the lowball? You never gave me the offer. Just text it to me.
We could do this right before trash. We do it live on the air. We go back and forth.
I don't really want to talk prices on the air.
It's just monopoly money.
I think you need to call my guy Brad Bill, update that Update that master bath and stay.
And then put it on the market.
Yeah, then put it on the market. You get more money out of it.
I really don't want to do that.
Yeah. Our friends at Champy's, they bring you every Jeff from Aniston call. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. You know, one thing Jeff loves about Champy's is the wonderful sides that you get with the Southern Fried Chicken. You know, Jeff's a dark meat kind of guy, like my wife. He likes to go in there.
It's juicy.
And, likes the thighs.
Yeah.
He likes the chicken legs and goes with all the great sides there. The real fried chicken eaters from way back will tell you the dark meat is the way to go. I'm a white meat breast guy. That's just what I like. It's more meat on that bone for me. That's what I like. That's how I like my breast, and that's what I get at Champy's Chicken when I'm in there. We all agree the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale is the thing to order as an appetizer. Get some to go. Perfect for football watching. The draft next Thursday night. If you're watching basketball, baseball, anything this weekend, Champy's Chicken, Sterling's Place, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143. The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
As I said, this hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Jay says, Sterling, I think a promoed Jeff appearance at Champy's Chicken where you can meet Jeff from Aniston would have people out by the tire stack waiting to get in to meet Jeff.
They probably would, but I think we brought this point up before. There's something like the mystery of Jeff. Once it's revealed, it'll never be the same.
We never want it solved.
Yeah, I kind of like it that way.
Yeah, I kind of like. I'm not pulling for Jeff's demise.
Yeah, nor am I.
Like the first time I want to see him is the open casket.
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
Nothing. I was just
And the mystery's done.
Yeah.
I mean, you ever see like in a race?
So when Lance visits the casket, you get a, huh.
Yeah.
That's not what I thought he looked like at all.
And of course, I would say, oh, I thought he'd be a lot bigger.
I told you Stephen Root is who I think.
You ever seen those cars where they're on the track and they're driving 200 miles an hour, Indy racing, and then all of a sudden that right wheel breaks, blows off, goes flat, and it just goes into the wall?
Yep.
That's what happened with LT right there. First time I want to see him, open casket.
Yeah, I did not expect that.
Hey, speaking
right
of
into the wall.
open casket, this morning, Dunaway brought up the fact when I pull my computer in there, like the weird stories that pop up. Dude was shot 56 times by police in Atlanta. Did you see that?
I did not, but that's going to be...
Scott, is there video?
But LT said...
I mean, dude, it's Swiss cheese.
LT's comment was, we found somebody that's got shot more than Rockstar's neighbor.
She didn't have open casket.
Yep.
No.
That's a lot.
LT also said, at bullet 54 or 55, did somebody say one more just to make sure you got him at 56?
Finish him off.
Like Denzel in the end of Training Day, I would say he was
spoiler alert.
He was probably hit 30-something times.
Wow, spoiler alert. I've never seen Training Day.
JohnstonRVCenter.com brings you all the guests on the show. We appreciate Matt Wyatt, Buster Olney coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk baseball. Bobby from Homewood dying for us to talk a little baseball. We'll do that with Buster coming up at the top of the hour.
Madison Bumgardner breaking news. Hey, don't forget the Clean Sweep RV sales event in April. There are few 2022s left, like Coachman Prisms, Sunseeker Motorhomes, and much more at deep discounts. You can see them right there at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Before we get to trash, cut 7 Rockstar. As you're pulling that up, by the way, Jaden Bradley, if you're keeping up with basketball, is visiting NC State. I'm hoping Jaden lands in a good place and puts everything behind him that went on in Tuscaloosa. Jaden Bradley out visiting NC State. Tennessee picked up Harvard forward Chris Landlum. Here is yesterday in Miami, and this surprised a lot of people, by the way, that Tua Tagovailoa actually admitted this yesterday when asked this at this news conference.
Truthfully, through it all, was there any thought about, walking away or whatnot after, the second time you put in protocol? And just if not, what kind of led you to have that confidence to not really consider that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I considered it, for a time, having sat down with my family, having sat down with my wife and having those kind of conversations. But really, it would be hard for me to walk away from this game with how old I am, with my son. I always dreamed of growing, playing as long as I could to where my son knew exactly what, he was watching his dad do. And it's my health, it's my body, and I feel like this is what's best for me and my family. So, I love the game of football. If I didn't, I would have quit a long time.
He considered retiring, but he thought about it, talked it over with friends, family, medical personnel, and he wants to keep playing. What do you think of that? He actually thought about it in the offseason.
I was surprised when I first read the story. What it tells me, though, is what I think we all know. He's never going to be able to stay healthy, unfortunately. For him to already have those thoughts, and look, health should come first, but you would only have those thoughts if you think this is probably going to happen again.
Well, his injuries, concussion now most recently, but he's had ankles, and Brown, you've watched him. Was it a back or a
hip?
No, well,
it was a hip. It was a hip, yeah.
Yeah, well, the hip was at Alabama, but
2 ankles at Alabama surgeries, a hip surgery at Alabama.
That ended his career. Now, the back issue was what they initially, in the Bills game, blamed. It wasn't a concussion that caused him to stumble. It was a back issue.
Right.
So that's why you say back issue.
Yeah, but then it's 2 concussions that sidelined him for multiple games.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I hate to hear him have to talk that way. I don't blame him one bit for considering retirement. I mean, that was a scary situation on the field in Cincinnati.
Nor do I blame him coming back.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
It's his life. It's his. He made the decision with his family.
Well, selfishly, it's sort of admirable too, by the way, because the Dolphins. I mean, a lot of that money is guaranteed that they paid him, and they have picked up his fifth-year option. So there's interest from the Dolphins. There are some people that would say, "Okay, you paid me the money, and I'm going to check out now," and nobody would have blamed him for that. But he doesn't say this. But I would imagine part of it is, man, they made me a millionaire, and I owe them something.
Yeah, well, look, selfishly, I want to see him play a full 16 because I still don't think we've seen the best of Tua if we ever do get to see him healthy. Now, he's taking jiu-jitsu. I don't know if you guys saw this, to learn how to fall properly.
Yeah, he's been doing that in the offseason, too. I mean, I know a lot of people scoff at that. My daughter, as I showed you in my best of the weekend, is a red belt in Taekwondo, and they teach you how to fall safely because, part of it in some of the drills you do, you have to fall so your partner can go through their process, right? But you get taught how to fall without hurting yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a legit thing. I mean,
Rockstar never learned that.
No, I quit. I quit for a second.
From the A&M cheer team?
Yeah, that hurt.
I forgot about that.
That's right. You got hurt up here in a skid.
I method for you guys.
Yeah. All right. Now let's do trash here. It's brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right every day. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
57. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess. She means beer. Don't put me on YouTube. My God.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
I love how everybody in that newsroom knew exactly what double fisting
my
is.
gosh.
What is it? I don't even know. Oh, okay.
So, water filter guru.
Did that just happen on camera?
Yeah, you get both fists in your mouth. You never met anybody get a fist in their mouth that way?
Water filter guru surveyed over 1,000 people to shed light on personal hygiene habits. Now, Dunaway's one of these that's always said he doesn't pee in the pool.
Yeah, he's lying.
He's the one person that lied.
I don't do it.
But you said you never have.
I've never done it, ever. Ever.
All right.
In a pool.
Okay, so it turns out that nearly a quarter of people wash their genitals in the sink. 1 in 4.
In the
Wash their
sink?
genitals in the sink.
Why?
I think it's a more of a this is an emergency. I need to touch up before things happen.
Oh, okay.
I think it's one of those
is
things.
this in public places?
Oh, this is first episode of that series you guys watched.
No, Homeland.
Homeland, yeah.
Yeah, but she just...
That was at her house.
She just dragged a rag through
Yeah,
it.
right. That was really not in the sink.
I mean, she
But
didn't
it's
get up
true,
in the
like,
sink.
Scrape.
Yeah, but she wet the rag in the sink.
She did.
Yeah, okay.
I think
so
that's what they're discussing here.
Maybe. I personally never cleaned the junk in the sink. It says 3 in 10 people pee in the shower. I pee in the shower all the time.
I have before, yeah.
I do too, yes.
All the time.
Yeah.
However, it's not
But
all
it's going
bad
down a
news.
drain and there's water coming.
Yeah.
In the pool, it's just staying in the pool.
Yeah.
That's how I separate the two.
This is interesting. The average American showers 6 times a week for about 15 minutes each time, amassing over 4,600 minutes and nearly 10,000 gallons of water per year per person. I'm double that.
It's interesting to me, though, that the average is 6 times, that we're a day short on the average. I would think the average would at least be all 7 days.
Gen Zers were the only age group who showered less, just 5 times per week.
I mean,
It's
how is
disgusting.
that? How do you go 2 days without a shower?
What are the Gen Zers?
Step under millennials. So that ends. What was it, like 90?
Oh, so these are people in their 20s?
Yeah.
Tyler's Gen Z.
Yeah.
Millennials are like late 20s to early 40s, and Gen Z is like late teens to late 20s.
Like, and to be honest with you look like someone who showers about 5 times a week.
Wow.
To be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, is that
I don't
wrong?
wanna lie to
Is
you.
that close? Is that close?
Let him
5?
defend himself, Rockstar. Poor Tyler.
I shower twice a day sometimes.
Yeah, I do too.
there you
yeah.
go.
See, Dunaway stereotype.
Representing.
Thank you,
You
Tyler.
gotta watch that thing that Dunaway. It's called hair.
Damn, Lunsford's admitting I shower every morning, but lazy weekends I may skip a day. I can't skip a
I
day.
cannot skip a day.
Now, I will
No,
tell you,
no.
there are some lazy mornings when I've been out late the night before that I won't shower till like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. And
Yeah,
I feel
but I got to get at least one in. though.
I mean, but during football season, depending on my Friday nights, if I Because sometimes I'll do 2 showers on a Friday.
I got to be showered by 11 o'clock.
Yeah, by the time Corso makes his pick, if I'm not showered, I'm not getting one.
Yeah.
But if I mean, sometimes on a Friday, if I shower every day before I come to work because it's just part of my wake up. Then Friday night, if I shower right before I went to bed, like I showered last night before I went to bed because we'd had such a long day, right?
Yeah, you got to get the day wash.
So I shower. A lot of times I shower before I go to bed. So sometimes I get 2 showers a day.
I don't know about you guys, but I felt like I had been at the beach all day when I
did
left.
too. A little sunscreen on me.
Me too.
Yep.
And I went all deep all night long. So when you went, if I showered like yesterday, Friday morning, if it had been Friday morning, Friday night, and I'd showered right before, and all I did was wake up and not leave the house, I would lay around all day in my sweats and shorts,
Can't do it.
sweatshirts, and watch football. That would be a no shower day for me.
I think there's like stuff that comes out at night.
Once I've slept, the shower cycle starts over.
Yeah,
shower again.
Even new sheets. Like if I've got brand new clean sheets on the bed and I just got out of the shower, I've still got to shower the next morning.
I think what Lunsford is saying, and I agree with him on this, if I am I'm clean when I go to bed, then I am going to wake up, and if I'm not leaving the house and I'm just going to lay on the couch all day, Lunsford, am I right about this, or is the chair empty?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry that this chair's empty.
I didn't kick you out of it.
So we would just sit around and we watch football all day. If we're not going to be outside seeing other people.
Saturday is prime day to just roll out of bed. Really, before y'all started doing your show, I would roll out of bed to see the end of game day and then watch football all day, and I wouldn't necessarily care to take a shower.
Okay, getting personal here, several of those surveyed shared their fondness for showering with their partner. I don't know how you guys feel about this. Over 60% of respondents said that showering together boosted happiness, and you fight a lot less.
I do enjoy that with Maggie. But
thank you for specifying.
The problem being,
Tina's been rough lately.
Is that we don't have Brown's money, so we are 1 shower head for our entire 25 years of marriage.
Somebody's always going to be cold in the back.
Exactly.
Turn around.
And only one of us is ever getting water on us.
Yeah.
And that, to be honest, pisses me off. I need the hot water on me all the time.
Right, Jim needs.
So I'm not a good shower partner.
I'm going to put these two together. Have you ever
peed in the shower?
No, peed on your partner's leg just to piss them off.
Gosh,
no. But
piss them off or turn them on.
But the best man at my wedding, Shep. And I think I've told the story before. We were in Lake Gunnersville. We're back in college. And we have had an enormous amount of Bud Lights at this point. And it's probably 16 of us mixed partners, boys and girls, are laying in tubes, drinking off the dock in Lake Gunnersville. And I'm getting up the ladder to crawl back up out of the water and probably get another beer. And all of a sudden I feel something wet hitting me on the shoulder, and he was peeing on me. And I was like, so it became a big fight at that point, which I lost.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just one of those hitting the leg, looking around, and they're like,
no.
Yeah. Next story. Former township fiscal officer has been sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison in order to pay almost $340,000 back, which he stole from his office, used in part to purchase a wildebeest, owls, hot tubs, drum set, gazebo, and a snow cone machine.
You can't have enough wildebeest, Rockstar. I mean, that's the thing.
I mean, I want the owls and the snow cone machine. Because nothing I like better than get a snow cone and walk around and see my animals.
Cyril Vestry.
My goodness. I mean, look at that. It's like, all right, God said, you know what? I'm going to give you...
I'm out of ideas.
I'm going to give you a horse, but I'm going to make the front half of you a little zebra. I'm going to make you look a little bit like a bull. And then I'm gonna look like you ran into a wall on your face.
Adam, name this one.
Hey, and it doesn't look like its front legs would hold up well. I'll tell you this: I don't know.
It does look top heavy, like it's gonna fall on that face a lot, which looks like that's what has happened.
I don't know what you would feed the wildebeest. I know what you feed the wildebeest to, and that would be the lion.
Yeah, lion will get a wildebeest. I've seen it on TikTok.
So anyway, this dude, not only that, he also bought a popcorn cart, projector screen, kayaks, pressure washers, outdoor grills.
This is all with city funds?
5 hot tubs, an above-ground pool.
Is he 12?
I mean, my God.
Why did he go above-ground pool when he had this money?
Is he Tom Hanks in Big?
Seriously.
Hey, and the last thing he bought, a CPR mannequin.
Yeah, well.
Time to get dirty.
Better known as his friend.
Yeah. Holy crap. So is he in jail, Rockstar?
5 years.
5 years, huh? I mean, I think 5 years might be a little light for all that guy bought.
What are you in for?
Yeah.
I bought a wildebeest.
So, KRON4 reports that a crash in question took place in Placer County, California. Now, this is a small community between Sacramento and Lake Tahoe.
By the way, that crash is not in question.
100% happened.
Now, while the basics of what happened are clear, Subaru Outback ended up on the second story of someone's house.
I can explain.
Can I honestly, the first thing I thought of here was, I wonder when's the last time they had their roof inspected by Greg from Pell City.
Well, y'all ain't going to believe what I found up there.
No, I mean,
did y'all know y'all had a Subaru on the second level?
No,
did a little shingle damage.
Literally, this makes no sense at all.
I can fix it.
They still don't know exactly how the car got up there. They probably assume speed was a factor. Officials have yet to explain how the car got airborne.
Listen, I'm not saying they're being sarcastic in this report, but you've got to be going a certain amount of speed to get to the second level of a house.
But you have to have some sort of lift, like a ramp or something to get up there. Speed isn't just going to do it by itself.
Yeah, like I think if we were on site, you probably could figure this out.
Do you think if this was in the South, if this was in the state of Florida or in backwoods Georgia or Mississippi, we would have assumed that these guys had had a few drinks and they decided, you know what, if we built a ramp, do you think you could jump your Subaru over our house?
Only one way to find out.
Yeah, can you imagine whoever was asleep in that room?
Ooh.
Yeah.
So I lived on, it was actually like, not a sharp corner, but it was a turn on the bottom of a hill in Forest Brook. And so I lived there from ages probably 7 to like 15, but there was a telephone pole at the bottom. So about once a year, somebody probably intoxicated in the middle of the night would hit that telephone pole.
Mm.
Power would go out, loud screeching.
Did y'all think when it
wake
wasn't
up.
stormy, anytime the power went out, somebody hit the power pole again?
Mm-hmm.
No, because you would hear it. I mean, it was a pretty big deal. That's two direct hits.
That is a direct hit. You're hot.
Okay, a children's cat hunting competition in New Zealand has been canceled following backlash against the event. You guys want to guess why there was backlash?
I'm going to say a kid got bit by a rabid cat and almost died.
Organizers of the annual hunt were criticized after announcing a new category for those aged 14 and under to hunt feral cats. Now, the animals are considered a pest and a risk to the country's biosecurity. Youngsters were told not to kill the pets, but they were otherwise encouraged to kill as many feral cats as possible for a prize. Now, the kid who killed the most between mid-April and the end of June would have won $155.
Good number.
Now, the event was condemned by animal welfare groups. Representative argued that children, along with adults, would not be able to differentiate between a feral, stray, or frightened domesticated cat.
I got a lot of problems with this, Lance. Number one is asking, a feral cat seems like he can do some damage to a kid, getting a kid involved, number one. Number two, trusting that the kid could tell the difference between a feral and non-feral cat. And then number three, $155 is a little bit of a low price.
Let's just say, can you imagine backing up a pickup truck with 65 feral cats?
Here's your $155.
$155.
Why don't you tag the feral cat, and then the kid knows if it's a feral cat?
Well, why
or
don't
put a
you
collar
just-
on the domesticated cat.
Why don't you just kill it when you tag it? If you want
there's
it
a better
dead?
way to euthanize these cats and letting some kid in his BB or pellet gun try to drop this down. And if they're using anything stronger than a BB or a pellet gun, then we've got a bigger issue.
No, you could use a flamethrower.
Yeah, you could.
Lance is right.
That is one way to do it.
That is trash brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
Hey, look, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Rate, who do mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by. But with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you like the photo of a Subaru on a roof, you know what you'd really love?
NASCAR.
The Geico 500
Yeah.
weekend. Talladega Super Speedway, 877-GO-2-DEGA. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Tomorrow is the big one on the Boulevard. Doubleheader of racing Saturday. Cole Swindell in concert. Geico 500 Sunday. Secure your spot there and that most immersive garage experience in all of NASCAR. Presented by Cool Ray. When you go to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately. 205-637-0143.
What'd you say, Rockstar?
I said, speaking of empty chairs.
He can't hear you. He doesn't have his headphones in.
Speaking of empty chairs.
I was getting a...
There's 3 of them, guys.
What does that even mean?
Oh, we're talking about Lunsford.
Rockstar's taking a shot at the fact that you missed the start of most segments.
You all three did.
You know what? I got conditioned for like the first 15 months that the break was a little longer.
Yeah.
Sitting out in the lobby just then, we were talking to Little T, who is the guest this week, filling in for Lunsford, who missed the Backroom podcast. And so Little T filled in, and she was talking about first impressions, and that's part of this podcast. So you can go watch the Back Room. There's a little snippet of how it looks this week, and Taylor telling stories about first impressions of everybody here on the show. So you can go catch that wherever you get your podcast here, and go check out Gym Class Heroes as well, all over YouTube and our social media.
Scotty's got that Little League dad tan.
He does. He was.
I got it yesterday myself.
He was at the ballpark yesterday. I got to see Dad Forrester in action yesterday. First thing he does, he comes on. He's got a contraption that he tapes to the backstop of every ballpark, right?
Yeah, got a camera that I put on the net or fence, whatever the setup is there, and record the games.
And you knew your daughter likely wasn't playing because of injury. She's hopefully back for the playoffs, working through the pain there. But you do that regardless whether she's in the lineup or not. You do that for the coaching. You break it down. Do you, other parents?
Yeah, other parents. I'll cut up stuff and.
I mean, Scott's the best in the business.
How about that?
Can you do it for pool golf this summer?
Simpio bringing you part of the show today. One of the calls LT made early on was our friends at Simpio when we started this project.
Yeah, absolutely, because Blake and the guys, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars. That's going to be compliance, HR, payroll, benefits, things we knew nothing about. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to health care and employer benefits. It prices only large organizations get on average. Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio at any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
And Brandy, tell us about the Indy Grand Prix as we get into another conversation here about college football. Later on, Buster Olney at the top of the hour.
Yeah, the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama is the Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix. It is coming up April 28th through the 30th, the Barber Motorsports Park. Feinbaum's the Grand Marshal, Elio Castroneves there, Scott Dixon, Marcus Erickson. Don't miss the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. Tickets limited and selling fast, but you can get yours today, IndyAlabama.com.
What do you think the most overreaction is going to be from Alabama's A-Day coming up on Saturday? We spent some time over there. Now, an overreaction, Brownie and LT, can be both good or it could be bad. What do you think the biggest overreaction from a spring game is going to be?
I think it's going to be quarterback play in Tuscaloosa. Because for several things. Number one, Milroe appears to have held the one job through spring, from what everybody thinks. And no matter what, I mean, that's going to be broken down. There continue to be rumors. The rumor today and yesterday on the message boards is Tyler Van Dyke from Miami could go in the transfer portal, could have interest in Alabama if he does. So there are transfer portal rumors out there. You haven't dealt with that at Alabama in quite a while.
And that's a guy that Kevin Steele saw up close and personal every practice last year.
Yeah, and I'll say
it was
this.
really good 2 years ago.
Yeah, Brown asked me last night, what do you think about Van Dyke possibly to Alabama? And I said it would be, to me, going back to his freshman year, what he did the final quarter of that season.
It's Jaden Daniels. If you get first-year Jaden Daniels, like LSU has gotten, Lance, it's a good move.
Yeah, look, Tyler Van Dyke he's going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. I mean, he's got all the tools.
But how can you say that when he looked that bad last year?
I don't know what happened last year, but I just go back to watching him his freshman year, 25 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He was completely in command. Last year, he battled injuries a little bit. And he wasn't awful last year. He wasn't what we had seen the year before. But I fully expect if he came with talent around him at Alabama, that he would bounce back to what we saw as a freshman and then some.
Listen, occasionally when we're told some things off the record, I rarely bring them up on the show. I didn't know so many people were talking about this portal stuff, but I saw McElroy did it in his ESPN podcast, and Feinbaum was talking about it on his show that Alabama is in the quarterback portal business maybe. I knew Drake May was a conversation piece at the end of last year,
right.
but he made the choice to stay, and he's all in. He's not leaving North Carolina. I didn't know this many people were talking about the portal.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the discussion around the Alabama quarterback situation in the portal has heated up over the last month or so.
I mean, I've heard that.
Point, yeah,
I just didn't know if anybody was saying it publicly.
Yeah, to the point. Well, I just think just now they are. I think a little bit of that was the fact that it seems unsettled in spring. I think a lot of people thought Ty Simpson was going to come take this job by the horns and make it his. The indications are he has not, but those are just indications, man. That's just the rumor mill stuff out of practice, observations.
I thought it was him. I got a T-shirt designed to prove it.
But that's why, I know. That's why this spring game, I think people will overreact to what either one of them does.
One more question about Alabama's spring game after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports. One thing you want to get out of A-Day this weekend is no injuries. You want to get out healthy. That's always the goal in the spring. Precision makes you healthy to get back to work.
Yeah, for whatever reason, if you've tweaked a shoulder, a knee, you need to go see our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. That's how I met Dr. Patterson, and we started this great relationship because I had some situations with my knee. It ended up being my back. His number, or their number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Alabama spring games at 2. LSU goes this weekend as well. Our buddy Matt Rule, 1 o'clock on the Big Ten Network. Dion's on ESPN at 2 with Colorado, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Washington, Notre Dame. Some really good spring games this weekend. We get into baseball with the Braves' hot winning streak ended yesterday, but they're still a team to beat. We'll talk to Buster Olney when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, let's talk baseball. Amazing play by Aaron Judge and another home run last night. Max Scherzer debating about stickiness. Oakland's moving to Vegas. Cats and dogs leaving together. Only one guy can answer all those questions. That's Buster Olney.
It's our buddy Buster. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from ESPN. What is up, Buster Olney? How are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. What's going on?
Not a whole lot. A lot to get to. Let's start with the news that broke in baseball in the last hour. According to the reports in Arizona, Madison Bumgarner has been designated for assignment, which essentially means his days as a Diamondback are over. What does this mean for the future of Madison Bumgarner, who's been one of the greats of our generation?
Yeah, and it's not a surprise that Diamondbacks would go here. He's got an ERA of, I think, 5.32 in his 4 seasons with the Diamondbacks. Their record in games he's pitched this year is 1-3. In the rest of the games, they're 10-5. You guys have seen the Diamondbacks. They're one of the most surprising teams in baseball. And so I think the standard for performance has gone up. And, Bumgarner just has not been very good for them. Now, what I think is going to happen, because, of course, he's making $23 million this year, $14 million next year. Nobody else has taken that contract with how he's pitched in recent years. So I would expect at some point, unless they can find a team but to dump a bad contract for a bad contract, he's going to wind up getting released, and then he'll pick another spot. And I would be shocked if there's not some conversation about him signing with the Texas Rangers. To go back to his old manager, Bruce Bochy, who, he shares a lot of trust with, 3 championships. And look, he's been bad in recent years, but it's not like he's completely lost his stuff. His average fastball velocity actually is right in line with what Clayton Kershaw has done. But Kershaw's kind of evolved to an old man game in the way that Bumgarner has not. And maybe if he gets a change of scenery and goes to, Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, Bochy, maybe that's where he begins to figure out how to mix his pitches in a way that can be more effective. He's been really bad.
Hey, and Buster, I was going the Kershaw direction. One of the contemporaries of Bumgarner, right there in division, and Kershaw's pitching extremely well through his first 4 starts this year. Got win number 200 the other night. We were talking about this yesterday. I mean, Kershaw, as good as he is, the dinosaur that is dead is the 300-game winner. I know you told us last year that Justin Verlander is the last guy that really has that opportunity, but how much longer does Kershaw have?
I think at this point it's pretty much year to year. Sorry, guys, my dogs are going to bark a little bit.
It's okay. Oh, Buster's getting a delivery.
We're big dog fans.
Yeah, somebody's rung the doorbell, or Buster's getting a delivery. One of the two. That's what happens at my house.
Winnie, I've got a puppy who's about 15 months old, and so she gets a little excited. All right,
that's all
Winnie,
good.
Stop, sweetie. Kershaw. I think it's year to year with him physically, because let's face it, he has had what they've termed back problems. I think it's more the landing hip. He's so big, 240 pounds, and his delivery that he has puts a lot of pressure on that right hip. And I think every offseason now, he's going to go in the winter and he's going to decide, hey, how do I feel right now? The fact that he's pitching so well and he's essentially become a breaking ball pitcher, I think this year it's 44% sliders, 20% curveballs, and the lowest fastball percentage of his career tells you he's in a good place. And so I really do think that it's going to be at the end of every season, that's when he's going to sit down with Ellen, his wife, and say, is this what I still want to do? And maybe he'll go, another 2-3 years.
Max Scherzer's agent says there needs to be better definition on what a sticky substance is to be ejected. As you watched that unfold yesterday in the second, third, and then the ejection in the fourth, Max says he's in front of a Major League Baseball official as he's washing his hands, cleaning off, and it's still sticky. What's your thoughts on this, and where do we go?
So I asked someone who's a pitcher this morning about that, and he goes, you know what? If you mix rosin with alcohol, it's going to clump up even more. What did we hear from Dan Bellino and Phil Cuzzy, the 2 umpires, that they checked that what Max had on his hands was more sticky than anything else. So who knows? I know this. Major League Baseball is going to back their umpires on this because they sent a memo midway through spring training saying, we want you to do enhanced crackdown of sticky stuff, because we saw spin rates go way up at the end of last year. It was clear pitchers had found something else to use to help themselves on a mound. So I think Max is going to get a 10-game suspension. Max, as you guys know, is a fighter. Scott Boras, his agent, is a fighter. They might battle this thing, but in the end, I think he's going to wind up serving 10-game suspension. My point is, from 30,000 feet, let's go above this. How long does it take them to develop a baseball with a surface that they can all agree on? It's crazy what we learned in the last week, from the Domingo Germán situation with the Yankees, where he was checked repeatedly, and then Max yesterday. Now we're hearing about guys having their own personal rosin bags. Are you kidding? Is that not a formula for disaster? Just come up with a baseball like they have in Japan that everyone can agree to, and we don't have to worry about having a tacky surface the way that with the issues that we've been having in recent years.
ESPN's Buster Olney is your common sense candidate, so he approves this message. Buster is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This is not the first time for Max Scherzer. I was seeing some chatter in our chat room earlier. Am I correct that it's the same umpire, Buster, that has been involved in all these situations? Is there truth to that? Do you know?
So since the sticky stuff crackdown came, there have been three pitchers have been nailed for foreign substance violations, and all three, the umpire was Phil Cuzzy.
Okay.
Which, again, is not a great look. And Dan Bellino, the other umpire who was involved in this, you remember what happened last year when he checked Bumgarner's hand and he was staring him down in the eyes? Nobody looks good in this thing, which is why I wish at some point the Players Association, Major League Baseball, could get together and figure something out collectively instead of all these individual situations where it's clear.
Oh, no.
That dog.
I know.
We lost Buster there on the connection.
That
there.
is clear.
It's quite all.
That is clear.
Yeah, it's quite all right.
He was making such a passionate point,
Yeah.
too. Buster will be back with us in a moment, though. He'll get this squared
Oh, you
away.
think in a moment?
Yeah, well, he'll get it squared away. Now, he could have lost Wi-Fi, could have lost internet.
Dog could have bit
chewed
something.
Through the
If
cable.
you guys are guessing, who do you think the shadowy pitcher is behind him?
I think that is going to be Nolan Ryan or Roger Clemens.
Hideo Nomo.
Who?
Hideo Nomo.
While we're getting Buster back, maybe Brown will tell you about our great friends at NASCAR.
Yeah, 877-GO-TO-DAGA. 877-GO-TO-DAGA. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is where you go to get tickets to this weekend's Geico 500 weekend there at Talladega Superspeedway. It all starts with a big one on the Boulevard tomorrow, doubleheader of racing Saturday, plus a Cole Swindell concert, and then don't forget the big one Sunday, the Geico 500. You can add a garage experience presented by Coolray. It is the most immersive in NASCAR. You can see more information and secure your spot by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Back in some old 80s nuclear obliteration movies where parts of the world would be blown up with nuclear explosions, they had futuristic video phones, and you would see a video connection or a TV report going on in one city when the blast would happen, and then it would freeze like that, and then you would lose the reporter, and then the news coverage would continue. Oh, I think we've lost Buster, and the blast now is moving over the Rockies towards the Midwest, and it's a sad futuristic look because we lost Buster there.
Milkman wants the Braves to trade Ozuna for Bumgarner. Boy, the Braves fans do not like Ozuna.
No,
they do not. I mean, that guy could get 440 homers and they wouldn't like him. And I can understand why.
Yeah.
I understand why.
The
I
off the
understand
field
completely,
issues.
yes.
God, it was so good when they blew that 3-1 lead against the Dodgers.
That Ozuna,
that postseason.
Yeah.
Anybody want to see a quick update of Buster on the show right now? We're still frozen.
Rockstar, sorry to do this on the air. Can you send him a new link? I'll tell Buster said the old link is not working. I'll just tell him new link on the way.
Actually, our computer's the ones that's frozen.
Oh, no. It's on our end, huh?
Oh, how about that? With our apologies to
it is
both Dan Bellino, who we left hanging as a point was being made, and Buster Olney. It's on us. While we get that up, our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap. I mean, if you want your home to be protected, you want to make sure you got good gutters.
Yeah, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. Stay away from that dangerous ladder. Cap it. Don't snap it. 823-2212. 823-2212. Good friend Chris Stewart's been doing this more than 2 decades. Best in the business. He can come out, give you an absolutely free estimate. You'll never have to clean those gutters again. Again, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
By the way, while we feel a little time, you guys tell me, should we take a break here, come back, try to get more Buster on the other side?
What do you think, Rockstar? What's our time look like there?
Oh, it all depends.
We're going to install some updates, I guarantee you.
We're going to have some updates, so we'll see.
You know, just tell Buster, let's do it next week.
Yeah, Buster gave us a lot. We appreciate Buster being with us. We got LT's game coming up, LT's questions, D&B's answers. We got 4 downs still to come. Always love Buster, though. Hate cutting him short.
I know. I wanted to ask him about the A's, too.
He's my favorite guest. The A's will still be in Oakland and moving to Las Vegas next week when Buster joins us.
So we won't see the A's in Vegas till 2025, right?
Yeah,
they got to build. They got to build that stadium.
It's gonna be awkward in Oakland. Yeah,
I will tell you this: the I have not heard anything about the Japanese baseball that they play with.
Yeah, that was new to me too. I did not realize that.
I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if it carries the same. I don't want to change flights of balls and stats and everything. So,
yeah, send him a new link, Rockstar. Buster says he wants to keep going. God, I love
Buster
this guy.
Olney.
I love this guy, man.
We'll continue to fill time then as we don't Buster. Other things that I have. Hats off. It's going to end up being a television series for one of the streaming services. But Nicole Lynn, if you're not familiar with Nicole Lynn, she's an African-American sports agent who first represented Quinnen Williams of Alabama to a first-round record contract for him. She's Jalen Hurts' agent and just negotiated the greatest contract in NFL history.
By the way, good job out of her.
Yeah.
Nicole Lynn, the first African-American sports agent to negotiate a contract for a Super Bowl quarterback. Jalen Hurts signed on with her because he said, I liked that she was hungry like I was and not getting the respect that she deserved like I was.
Early prediction. They will do a show based on her.
That's what I just said. It's a movie. They're working on a series based on Nicole Lynn.
Series,
working on a series.
Okay.
And one of the streaming services is going to do it, Apple TV, Netflix. So they're sort of shopping that around. That's an interesting subject. And, Jerry Maguire was very popular back in the day. So we'll see what they do with Nicole Lynn, a fascinating sports agent story there.
All right, completely on us. Buster is back with us, though. His willingness to come back shows you why Rockstar says he's the nicest guest he ever deals with and why you people love him so much. Welcome back, Buster. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry about that. I figured maybe I was redlining, complaining about the baseball that Major League Baseball continues to try to play with.
Well, you taught us something. None of us knew the Japanese leagues used a different baseball. We did not know that until you just told us that earlier.
Yeah, it's got like a tacky surface. And if they can do it there, they were talking on our Zoom call today about how they're actually stored within, I think it's aluminum, which helps preserve the surface as opposed to all the variables over here, which for years included, of course, the Mississippi River mud that the umpires used to rub into it or not rub into it. It's kind of crazy that an industry that on one hand, there's so much money involved that they have these crazy variables with a central piece of equipment.
Yeah.
So that's a good point.
Do you know if the flight of those baseballs is any different than the flight of our baseballs? Would it change the stats or anything that bad if we switch to their baseballs?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I do know that the players who've gone over there and used their surface have talked about how comfortable it is. The pitchers that I've spoken with who've used that surface say that it's totally fine. And some of the pitchers who come from Japan to here, they deal with some blister issues initially because the surface is, it's like more like a pool ball than it is that tacky surface that pitchers are looking for.
So 2 days ago, you wrote a piece, the Padres lineup is about to be totally stacked. So the last 4 games, 2 runs. They did get the 1-0 win over Atlanta last night, but only 73 runs through 20 games. I know Tatis is coming back tonight, but up until this point, what has been wrong outside of Tatis with the lineup?
Well, Juan Soto, who, of course, his early career trajectory looks like that of Ted Williams, has, since he's joined San Diego, has not been nearly as effective. He's gotten some hits in recent days. His numbers kind of ticking up a little bit, but he struggled after he was traded to San Diego last year. He acknowledged during the offseason that he did feel the pressure of being that superstar, changes, goes to a new team in midseason. And maybe he's feeling that again. It actually kind of reminds me, watching him swing, remember the years when Bryce Harper would go into slumps for the Nationals? It felt like he was falling off the ball, almost tumbling into the first base dugout as a left-handed hitter when he swung. That's kind of the way Juan Soto has looked to me. He needs to get right. Maybe having Tatis Jr. in the number 1 spot will give more protection to him, get him more pitches to hit. In theory, it should be a great group. I talked to Bob Melvin, their manager, about this last week. He said that having Tatis Jr. in that leadoff spot is like a hurricane coming at the opposing pitcher. That was the word he used because the power, the speed. It looks like he's going to hit first. It looks like Manny Machado is going to hit second. When I talked to Juan Soto about this, he said when he was with the Nationals, very clear to Dave Martinez, he wanted to bat third and not second. I think he's going to hit third for the Padres, and then Xander Bogaerts is going to hit 4. And you're right. This is a team that right now needs an injection of offense to get better and maybe meet some of the expectations that we all had for him starting the year.
The Dodgers offense isn't great, and they're going to Wrigley this weekend. Talk about that series, because that's one I got circled as they get going tonight.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how many surprise teams there are in baseball? I didn't see the Brewers. Their great start. I've got them third in our power ranking this week. They're off to terrific starts. We talked about the Diamondbacks, and then the Cubs, who made an investment in the offseason. They really focused on improving their defense, which they thought would help their pitching, because Wrigley Field, in theory, has become more of a pitcher's park with that scoreboard. There are fewer home runs there. And what's happened? The Cubs have come out of the gate. Not only they pitched and played defense great, but they're also hitting a bunch of home runs. They're one of the best offensive teams in baseball. I don't think that's going to continue. I do think that they are clearly building something forward. Boog Shambi, my colleague at ESPN, told me last week he thinks within 2 or 3 years the Cubs are going to be playing deep into October because of the pitching they have coming up through the farm system and because of this great culture they're building around my guy, Dansby Swanson, who they targeted him to be a guy who could help reset their culture in their clubhouse, because all Dansby cares about is winning. He's gone there, and they're playing great.
So Oakland is moving to Las Vegas. There's a lot to ask you about there, obviously, but one thing we were talking about, we love the color scheme. We like the A's, the athletics. Will they keep all of that, do you think, Buster?
I think so, because of the history of the franchise. That's my guess. It's amazing that a team, an organization, a franchise that has accomplished so much has bounced around so much, from Philadelphia to Kansas City, to Oakland, and now on to Las Vegas. And to your point, last night the Oakland mayor said negotiations are off with the Athletics. So this does look like it's a done deal. I always go 30,000 feet on you guys talking about this. I mean, really, in the end, the major roadblock was the San Francisco Giants would not relent on any of their territory. The A's should have gone to San Jose at some point, but the Giants own that. And it kind of breaks your heart for Athletics fans who supported this team even while they're playing in that dump in the Coliseum, and now they're going to lose their team. It also is one step closer to baseball looking at real expansion. We've talked about in the past. I think Nashville is a fait accompli as one of the two teams for expansion, and the other team, once they get the Tampa Bay ballpark situation settled, then I think Salt Lake City has an excellent chance. My colleague Jeff Passan wrote a good piece about that last week.
I thought the Mariners were going to be good this year. I know it's early, and we're only 19 games in for the Mariners, but 8-11, they're already 4.5 back of the Rangers in the West. What's going on with the Mariners, and do they still have an opportunity to just turn this around?
Oh, yeah. And, one of their early season issues has actually been some of their bullpen, which was, terrific last year. Some inconsistency in the offense. I did, during spring training, I had people with other teams telling me that they had concerns about whether or not the Mariners were going to get enough support behind Julio Rodriguez in their lineup. In their eyes, it felt a little bit thin. I'd say this. I think the Mariners are going to be kept in the race in part because that division is stacked. Like the Texas Rangers, we've talked about teams that have improved, have taken a huge step forward. And so you've got the Astros, you've got the Rangers. The Angels are going to try to win like crazy because they want to avoid the whole conversation about trading Shohei Ohtani. They look like they're a competitive team. And the Astros, being defending champions, you would assume they're going to rebound. I think that division will stay relatively close. The Rangers, without Corey Seager now, who's got that hamstring injury, may be playing over their skis a little bit.
All right, Buster and the gang will be in San Francisco for the Mets-Giants at Oracle Park for the Sunday night game, 6 o'clock on ESPN. Brandon Nimmo will be mic'd up, they announced today. He's a unique guy, should be entertaining, Buster.
Oh, it'll be great. Brandon's, he's a great talker. And I can guarantee you this, we're going to be having a lot of conversations about sticky stuff since we're doing the Mets, and who knows, maybe Max Scherzer would join us from the dugout.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Talk entertaining, yes. All right, Buster, thank you for the flexibility again this week. We've done it to you 2 weeks in a row. We greatly appreciate it.
Always love talking with you guys.
All right, buddy, you too. Take care, Buster. Have a great weekend. Buster Olney with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, when we come back, LT's questions, D&B's answers. Dr. B bringing you part of the show today underneath LT's hat, that great-looking Next Round hat that you can get in the Next Round store, nextround.store. You check out promo codes or anything that Lunsford sends out over in the chat room anytime you get the opportunity. But Dr. B has your hair looking so good.
Yeah, and it's one of the and people are like, you wear a hat all the time, but you've got new hair from Dr. B because it is 14% thicker. I just love our gear.
It is fantastic.
And we've gotten much more casual in our own venture here. But I do need to get a haircut. I need to go see our boy Roni, and then I need to go a couple of days just sporting.
You going to get an appointment with Roni?
Well, I haven't in 20 years, so I don't know why I would start today.
That's right.
But my friend Dr. B, when I started to ask around, when I started to thin out a little bit, people said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to see. He is a true pioneer. Dr. B offers a Sensus Transdermal Infuser. T3hair.net for more information. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, T3hair.net, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Make sure you tell Dr. B the Next Round sent you.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Hey, do us a favor if you're out and about. Let's say if you're at the Auburn-Alabama softball game this week, or over in Talladega, if you're at Auburn baseball as they host Mississippi State, if you're at the Stallions game coming up this weekend, and you have a TNR hat on or T-shirt on that you got from us, a hoodie or something, send us a picture. We love those, and we love showing those in commercial breaks, and we get a lot of them in football season and get a lot of them when you're on vacation, and we just love those. So if you're out and about, a lot happening here in the area this weekend, send us a picture as you roll around to say NASCAR this weekend, Brownie.
877-GO-2-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. To jump on board starts Friday with that big one on the Boulevard, and then the doubleheader of racing Saturday in Cole Swindell, and then the Sunday concert. The Sunday race there, the Geico 500. Get that garage experience and enhance your weekend. It's presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in NASCAR. 877-GO-2-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Rockstar has our 4 questions today, our 4 downs coming up in the next segment. But right now, Rocky, we've got it's a new segment we may be starting. It's called LT's Questions and D&B's Answers.
It was a Thursday, 20th of April. LT had an idea. We had to push it forward. 'Cause Jeff called. We lost Buster for a moment. Woo! 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 We had a dog. LT's thinking questions. DP's thinking answers. LT's thinking questions. D&B your answers.
So if I started out and say,
first of all, it's unbelievable.
Is this show 503? What is your answer?
No, it's not 503.
Okay, so this might.
Can I just say that if he did the last segment every day was just Rockstar singing a recap of the show, I would be in for that every day.
There is a
yeah. More work for you. Do it.
No, there is a show. There's a morning show called Ace and TJ. They're out of Charlotte, and I used to listen to them sometimes when we were doing mornings. I'd listen to them on the drive in.
Yeah, so did all the teenagers.
Yeah, I know. Me and the teens. I would listen to them on the drive in when we were doing mornings sometimes, and their producer would do the weekend in review. I think is what they called it. He would do a song at the end of each week, Rockstar, that was about the week that they had just done. And sometimes it was kind of lame, but there were times where it was very, very funny.
Well, I would say like 1 out of every 5 would be funny because they would be pretty much the same jokes.
Yeah. It was pretty funny, though.
I don't know. Our show's kind of different.
Yeah, I mean,
But yesterday. Give us yesterday.
The Lunsford seat is empty. The Lunsford seat is empty. Where does he go? Nobody knows.
What was yesterday?
That was your legs, wasn't it?
The heat is on. We had to make Tyler take a shot every time Dunaway complained about the heat. And pretty hot. And what's hot right now is NASCAR on the tracks.
You tried.
Wait, was there a NASCAR spot yesterday?
Those couple.
They're coming to town.
You guys, 39 commercials every day. You try to transition.
That's right. You try.
to transition.
Here we go.
Yeah. As we continue now, LT's questions.
So this could be our
D&B's answers brought to you by a Slice Pizza right now. Slice Pizza.
Have we done a 6-pack of questions before?
I don't know.
We haven't.
This 6-pack of questions brought to you by our friends at Bud Light.
That's right. Yeah.
Friends at Bud Light.
So am I supposed to answer this the way I would answer it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. This is all college football related. My mic's dicked up, but here we go.
First down.
Question number 1. If Arch Manning starts more than 3 games, you would describe Sark's 3rd season at Texas as?
Disappointing.
If he starts more than 6 games?
More than 3 games.
More than 3 games. Yeah, I think at some point they lost a lot under Quinn Ewers, and they didn't play for the Big 12, so disappointing is a good answer. But I would say if I'm in Sark's situation, I would say I want it to be called building for the future. So I would sell it as I'm building for the future.
I would not buy that if I'm a Texas fan with you. I guess it depends on how Arch plays in those games.
Right.
But if Quinn Ewers is outside of injury, I think that this is a serious problem in Texas.
Yeah, because he easily won the job so much so that they didn't even play the game. They named him the starter coming out. Remember how excited Ole Miss fans got? Wasn't it the Music City Bowl the first time you got real action from Eli?
Maybe.
At Ole Miss?
Yeah.
And when he came in and they started playing better, all of a sudden it was like, that's our future right there, yeah.
Okay, question number 2. If LSU wins in Tuscaloosa this season,
there's no. What's the rest of the question?
Well, I mean, they can be fragmented, can't they?
If they win this season?
You want us to finish the thought. If LSU
There's
wins
an ellipsis in there.
If they win the West.
If LSU wins in Tuscaloosa this year, they've passed Alabama.
I don't know if I'm ready to say that.
They wouldn't win the West.
The way I would answer it is
back-to-back years.
Yeah.
They're in a college football playoff this year.
Probably so. I mean, I could see that, yeah.
Yeah. Kelly with an I, Alabama fan. LT, shut your mouth.
Woo!
I asked the question.
And he or she gave you the answer.
Right.
Kelly with an I.
There's not a guy with Kelly with an I.
I think he is, but we'll see.
I think that's a girl.
No, it's got to be a girl.
Okay.
Okay. Question number 3: if things break bad and Oklahoma loses 6+ again in season 2 under Venables, what happens?
Venables gets fired.
Yes.
2 6-6 seasons in a row, Venables gets fired. Is that what you're asking? 6
Yeah,
6
I mean,
or worse?
what happens?
I think he gets fired. I don't think they got patience for that.
I don't either. I would say at that point, trying to think of who would be the person you go to for that job.
Well, it's a very attractive job, moving to the SEC.
And I hate to say it, he just signed a long-term contract, but but Heupel's got some bad blood with Oklahoma.
Yeah,
so
no,
go back,
everybody that brings that up.
Yeah.
But you can get past bad blood.
I don't know, man. Everybody brings that up as like it is an absolute no-go.
Yeah.
Don't even think about it.
And he's absolutely loving Tennessee right now.
And again, what can you do at Oklahoma you can't do at Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean that could be
With him in the
the
SEC.
get back to the SEC and firm ground Dan Lanning job right
Could
there.
be, yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, question number 4: if USC has the most improved defense in college football,
if who?
USC.
They're in
has
the playoffs.
Most improved defense.
If they have the most improved, that doesn't mean they're the best, but if they have the most improved defense, they are in the college football playoff.
Yep.
And I'd go a step further. I'd say they're in the national championship game, losing to an SEC team.
Yeah, but that was gonna be my next question. Do you think USC, if they is the most improved defense, and look, I guess it's a high bar. It's going to be improved. How much is it going to be improved? If it's that dramatic, can they win a national championship with Caleb
Yeah, I
Williams?
think they could win a national championship. Yeah.
They could. I think they would lose to the SEC team that's in the national championship game. So I think they are good enough to be the best, better than any other team except the best team of the SEC.
Brooks gives you the Oklahoma coach, Shane Beamer. I mean, if Beamer had a good year this year.
With Oklahoma ties.
Yeah, and Oklahoma had to move on.
SEC team at that point was better.
You would take the Oklahoma.
I mean, it's not better
in a
facilities, but it's a much better history. But can you recruit? I mean, he's recruiting his ass off right now in Columbia.
Yeah, go sell Oklahoma instead of South Carolina. and tell me.
and you ain't got to do well. Oklahoma's coming to the SEC.
No, I know. Come on, but you
But
take the Oklahoma.
you would go.
job. Yeah.
Okay, if Drew Aller plays at a Trace McSorley level for James Franklin, how good is Penn State this year?
Disappointed because most people think he's going to be better. So I would say
not Sean Clifford.
Trace McSorley.
Trace McSorley.
I go back to 16. Trace McSorley going to a Rose Bowl.
Okay. I see. I was thinking Sean Clifford.
Trace McSorley's the best quarterback James Franklin's had.
I would say Penn State is one of 2 Big Ten teams or the Big Ten team in the playoffs. I think Penn State can be a playoff team this year with Aller.
I just want to take a real quick peek at their schedule. I can't remember who they play non-conference. They play West Virginia non-conference.
I think that's what we call a win.
Yeah, but at Ohio State hosting Michigan, I still say they don't win their division. I still think they would lose to Ohio State in the horseshoe. So I would say they finish second in their division.
And finally, if Alabama quarterback play is the least productive in the Saban tenure, Alabama loses how many games?
2. What is the least productive?
I would say they'd lose 3.
What is the least productive?
I mean, I really don't know. It's because it's going to be somebody's first season. It's either going to be McElroy's first season or A.J. McCarron's first season. And then those guys became really productive quarterbacks, so it's kind of hard to say that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be 07 John Parker Wilson.
Maybe.
Not 08 as far as the least productive.
So there you go. So somebody's first season, and then those became very productive quarterbacks.
But I would say it'd be 3 losses, and I'd say there'd be Texas, LSU, and somebody else. But you'd lose 2 home games at that point.
It would be hard to see a 9-3 team, wouldn't it?
Oh,
yeah.
They seem so far from that.
Yeah, I mean, 2010 was the last time, right?
Yeah.
And the only time since
But,
seven.
that was so long ago, and I know it was coming off a national championship, so I don't think people were necessarily shocked. I think Alabama fans were disappointed because of what you had coming back, but because of what has happened since with all of these national championships, at this point in Saban's career, to lose 3 regular season games would be a huge deal.
Yeah, and you had the South Carolina loss that year, and you still felt like you were in it all the way to LSU, and then you had that loss. And then you're like, okay, not going to be a national championship year, but you still have that big Auburn game at home where you could sort of derail their national championship. And then when you played so well in the first half and you lost that in the second half on the comeback game, then that's when it felt like rock bottom at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good questions there. People talking about, we were talking about this yesterday, how good the home schedule is for Alabama. Daniel brings that up. I mean, you get Tennessee, LSU, and Texas all at home games at Bryant-Denny. That's a pretty good home schedule next year.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, good luck at staying at the Alamite.
Did we ever figure out what Alamite meant?
Nope.
Yep. Does Lunsford know that from the chair back there?
Wow.
Lunsford know that? Alamite?
No.
I don't know. Look up to see
there's
what
gotta be a meaning.
Alamite meaning. It's
I
European,
asked like 10
right?
people and
I think
nobody
it's-
knew.
I thought it was French. Alamite.
Well, they got a French restaurant. That's why you're saying that.
That
I think.
is,
It's
yes.
a very nice hotel. I do like their hotel.
And it's the decor is very interesting too.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
Nick said yesterday on the show that that Terry designed it all. Speaking of yesterday's show,
You going to do the definition? Give it to me, Lunsford.
Let's hear it.
Don't do the urban dictionary.
First thing I Googled after I found it, outside of the reason why y'all asked it, in Tuscaloosa, was from the Mandalorian latest season. Alamites are a sentient humanoid species native to the planet Mandalore.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's not where it came from.
They're the monsters that attacked the Mandalorian at the beginning of the season, if you watched it.
Ooh, they got him good.
A Rockstar cut 4 and 5. This was the takeaway from our Nick Saban interview yesterday. This flashback moment being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. If you're looking for a great place to go get the perfect grilling mates, you can get it at New York Butcher Shop.
You really can. Just a fantastic place. Jim and his staff, they do the best job around. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. They're chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family. Ready to heat at home. Don't forget the huge deli sandwiches. Catering options for your next business lunch meeting with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I mean, you guys are never the same when we're not here. I mean, when's the last time you saw Rockstar wear a hat?
I did notice that yesterday.
I couldn't see
Kelsey
him.
noticed it. They all said the same thing. Every now and then.
I mean-
The reason was I took my son out for a walk on Saturday for 20 minutes. I got burned. I lathered him up with suntan lotion and sunscreen or whatever, and I'm the one that got burned. I got in the shower, and it just destroyed my scalp. So I was like, anytime I go outside, I'm going to wear a hat now.
Yeah. So you had a hat on yesterday, which is so rare. But this is Rockstar always asks Nick Saban a question when he's on the show with us yesterday. And of all our interview, Rockstar gave the question that led to the national headlines. Here's Rockstar.
If, Coach, you did a Oprah Winfrey's Book of the Month club, what would be one of your books you would recommend first?
Well, I read a lot of coaching books, and probably one that probably impacted me the most philosophically is, John Wooden's old book about process and his pyramid of success and all that. But I'm reading one now that is very interesting to me because I like history and I like cultural things. Is The End of the World is Just the Beginning. And it's a very interesting book because it talks about cultures, how they developed, why they developed because of circumstances, how people tried to, if you could develop something, somebody tried to take it from you, and how that historically, sort of developed all the cultures through time, and how, it's affecting us now and how it will change the cultures that we have to live in the future. So pretty interesting to me, at least, probably boring to most people.
I may be buying that book a little bit later on.
I might too. It sounds really interesting.
And then the next question, Rockstar, cut number 5. I did the follow-up here, and I don't know if this is bulletin board for Athens, Georgia or not for in the off-season workouts. They're always looking for somebody to say they're going to go 7 and 5.
Here we go.
Here is Nick Saban's answer to my follow-up question.
sounds like something you'll use in a lesson to your team at some point, building a program and people trying to take it away from you.
Yeah, well, that's been the case for a while now. And the last
Doesn't
couple
stop.
of years, somebody's been successful. So we need to try to take it back.
How good is this air conditioner feeling here, by the way, when I watch that?
It does look hot out there.
It does.
Look how skinny I look. I melted in the sun
my
yesterday.
gosh.
Yeah.
191.386 yesterday, right?
And I must take it back. Brown, your legs do look spectacular on that shot.
Oh, thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Hey, so will you be glamming shirtless?
At some point,
glamping.
Glamping.
At some point,
we all glam shirtless.
At some point, I've got to get
got to balance
the
tan.
rest of my body to go with these arms that got scorched yesterday.
Oh, you're going to start peeling.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're going to be peeling in that bed when you're glamping.
I don't know if we can get a tight enough shot here to even notice this.
My gosh.
The difference.
Oh, my gosh, Dunaway. You got to take that watch off every now and then, man.
No. That's how I know.
That's wider than Rockstar.
That's how I know.
No, it's not.
That's how I know how much sun I've gotten. That's my Tandex right there. Yeah.
My word.
Wow.
I never look more like my Native American family than I do right now.
Do you have that thong suntan? The thong?
I don't want to see it.
We'll do our 4 downs when we come back. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services keeping you feeling great right now. Whether that temperature's at 87 or 107, they can get that air conditioning tuned in.
Yeah, spring weather is in full effect. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
On my wristband suntan, Kevin says, say you play golf every day without saying you play golf every day.
Yeah, that'll get you. It's one reason I quit wearing a glove when I played.
I don't.
I always had a white hand.
I just go Moisa Zalou. That's all the grip I need.
Yeah,
right
but my
there.
hands don't really sweat, so I'm like, well, I don't need a glove, and now I don't have to have a white hand all the time.
All right, before we get to our 4 downs today, our show being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, 8 times distilled. Wherever you get your vodka, whether you're buying it at a package store or ordering it at a restaurant, order it by name, like I did the other night when we were on the town. Give me a Redmont and soda and a twist of lime. That's what you do. It's our friends at Redmont Vodka. You can't beat them, and they're perfect this spring and summer. Rockstar has our 4 downs today. It'll be brought to you by our friends at Slice, a great lunch location today. Slice bringing you the 4 downs.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients, again, created by the Bajalia brothers. 4 great locations, the original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now right there in Crestline Park. Specialty pizzas, they got that $75 takeout special where you get the 12 wings, half pan of the salad, 2 of those specialty pizzas. Tonight, go with the Hot Mama and let's say the Wing and a Prayer.
Wing and a Prayer.
Slice Birmingham, slicepizzabirmingham.com.
First down.
What fictional character would you think would definitely have an OnlyFans?
Stifler's mom.
Oh, that's a great answer.
The one that comes to my mind immediately, I've only seen one episode, is your girl Beth from Yellowstone.
The easiest answer is Roller Girl from Boogie Nights.
True. True.
I mean, or you could do Heather Graham as the chicken, the Hangover too.
Hangover.
Timberly Amber Tyson.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Timberly Amber
absolutely butchered that.
Timberly is what he called her. Timberly Amber.
Is there even a Timberly in the world?
Timberly.
She's a lumberjack.
Her from the Peach Pit, the 90210.
90210.
Yeah, Jessica Rabbit's good answer.
Yes.
Tara Reid, any character.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bunny Lebowski would have. She would have crushed on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Second down.
It says Meredith from The Office. So true.
Yes.
Sign my cast.
So true.
Eventually, Tony Soprano's daughter. She was trending into
I
that
don't
direction.
think she was trending that direction.
Okay.
What's the worst thing a doctor has said to you?
So this is a true story. My buddy Heath, I'm not going to give the doctor's name, but he was my primary for a while. And this is before the rickets days. And I was having chest pains. And so I went in and got a full physical. And he called me the next day and he said, "Are you sitting down?" And
oh my God.
I said, "What's going on?" And he was like, "I'm just kidding with you, man." He was like, "You're totally fine."
Well, we had a somebody I know, I won't give the name, had a heart issue, had a heart attack, and I would call it a heart issue. And he said they had me at the hospital, plugged me up in all these wires, and I'm there for like 2 or 3 nights, and then I get to talk to the doctor, and I'm so out of it. And he sits down and says, "Do you have a history of diabetes in your family or anything?" And he said, "No." And he was like, "Well, you have diabetes now." That was it.
That was it.
That was it.
You got diabetes now.
That's good bedside manner, right?
I was in a dentist once, and I had a bump on my like the inside of my mouth, and I was like, "Man, it's just." And I said I couldn't get it to go away. I put medicine on it, and he looked and he goes, "It's probably just a case of the herpes." And I'm like, I mean, I know like herpes is not all herpes are the same. It's not all an STD, but that was just such poor form by him. I thought.
Have I told my Doc in the Box story?
You did, but tell it again.
Oh yeah, that was.
It's better than the guy telling me.
Wasn't the guy hitting on you?
No, it was an old man, and I had my tattoo had a little bit of a problem, and I went there. I was like, I have such pain on it, and so he sits me down, feels my stomach because it's on my arm, feels my stomach, and says, "Are you homosexual?" I mean, he's probably 80. I remember he had nose hairs going for days, and I was like, "No, I'm not." And he's like, "Okay," and he starts feeling my stomach and everything, looks at my arm and goes, have you had any homosexual activity in the past 2 weeks? I go, again, no. And that's how he's like, well, we're going to prescribe you some Bactrim, and you're going to take that.
Interesting.
Thank you for coming.
Boy, the vibe you were throwing off with that guy.
Well, he was like slapping my thong on my butt and everything.
So
It
what
was
did you
weird.
go in for?
The tattoo. Like it was such pain. Like it was an infection on the tattoo. Like that's what I wrote.
But you
down.
didn't ask for a prostate exam, did you?
No, I pleaded.
Okay.
That's more uncomfortable than me getting hit on by the offshore oil rigger at the Floribama.
Did you ever tell that story on the air?
Yeah, he told it off here the other day.
I think
First
I
I'd heard it.
4th down.
This is third down.
Third down.
Would you rather have $100,000 tomorrow or $1 million in 10 years?
$100,000 tomorrow, easy.
Yeah, $100,000 tomorrow.
I
easy.
mean, you could turn that into $1 million in 10 years. No problem.
There's a lot of opportunity out there, so I would definitely take the $100,000.
I would take the $100,000 tomorrow because 10 years is a long time for somebody my age.
May never see that million, huh?
Right with that 10 years. Oh, we don't use money anymore, Dunaway.
And if you ever want to know the difference between these two and Lunsford on the back, I don't know about you and Forrest or Rockstar, but they're all like, you can take that $100,000 and have $1 million in 10
you can
years.
make it's easy.
More than $1 million.
I could take that $100,000, go to the desert next week, and come back with zero.
I actually owe money.
In fact, right now that's our projected budget on this trip next week.
Were you the guy that the first opportunity you had at a credit card, you maxed that thing out thinking you were never going to pay back?
The first one I ever got was a gas card where you were supposed to only buy gas with. It was a Gulf card, and they mailed it to me. And back in those days, they would mail you, and you just had to call and turn it on. You'd say, okay, I accept it. And you called and turned it on. I mean, I was 18 years old. And every Gulf station in Montevallo, there's one, and in Alabaster one, also connected. The other side of the window was a package store, or they sold beer. And at that point, it was on. I could use the Gulf card for beer. And so, you know, who maxes out a gas card? I did.
A lot of gas. You're driving around.
Of course, what was your limit back then? Probably $2,500.
I think it was about $2,500. Yep.
4th down.
Hard to pay that off without a job.
What is something you have no longer? What is something you no longer have patience for?
Wait times at restaurants. I don't know. I hate to be that guy, but like if it's a long wait time, I'm just going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, if it's anything usually over 15 minutes, we're blessed. I saw a bogus post on Brown's TikTok the other night, not Bob Brown, but on the very popular app on Brown's phone, TikTok. I was scrolling through it, and someone, I think was a wife or girlfriend of a New Jersey general, and was in town and was getting her hair done before the game.
Right.
And the family was in town coming. It was his first game. And so we recommended, asked somebody who was doing my hair, where should we go for a good restaurant here in Birmingham the night before the game? And they gave me Outback and Taco Bell and she was laughing about what a hick town we're in. But it was such a bogus comment about the Birmingham restaurant scene.
Yeah, Birmingham restaurant scene is amazing.
It's amazing restaurants here, and
where'd she get her hair done? Fantastic Sam.
That's what the comment says. You shouldn't go to Great Clips or Walmart to get your hair cut and ask people questions. But I got so upset I even posted. I said, "What a bogus post by you!" The Birmingham restaurant scene is known around the country.
Get them,
and we kicked your ass. Go Stallions!
Boom.
But I'm like you, 15 minutes, and I'm going to another restaurant. Too many great restaurants here.
Yeah, mine is phone customer service. Terrible.
And that's 4 Downs today. Brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations of Slice. Get in for lunch or dinner. Go see the Bajalia Brothers. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. SliceBirmingham.com.
Goose says it's back to the doctors. Wait times for doctors. If I got an appointment, the amount of money I'm paying you, you better be on time. 30 minutes late, you're going to hear about it from me.
Hey, remember when I talked about that one time on the air?
Yeah, I said I don't want the hotline to ring.
And the hotline rang, and I got called a CS.
Mm-hmm. You tell that.
CS is strong, man.
It is.
I mean, that's next level. That got Crash Davis thrown out of a game, didn't it?
Especially if you already got a bump in your mouth. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt. Doesn't get much more exciting than that. Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Final segment. Our buddy Jay Perry listens to us out in Dallas, is on the golf course. He's begging for another hour. He's playing solo on the golf course today and is listening to us on the app as he plays along. So hit him straight, Jay Perry, but we're going to leave you here in a couple of minutes. You're going to be on your own the rest of the golf in the afternoon. I recommend just playing the best of Zach Bryan. Just so that on your Spotify and enjoy that while you play golf. Michelson, your look ahead. Our final segment thought here by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number to find out if LASIK is right for you. It's the number that I called 2 decades ago. I wore the contacts. I was wasting money each and every year. 20 years ago, went in, got the procedure done. 2015 vision now. Still got it. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her The Next Round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jim Michelson, best in the business. Again, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Cleaning up dead wood, Jason says Sammy Coates went to the Steelers. You guys are thinking Seth Williams and Darvin Adams. Darvin Adams actually was the one I was thinking of. Auburn receivers who left, didn't get drafted, and should have come back. If we had done a poll question ever in our history about Friday guest on The Next Round, which famous Joe would be on, Joe Namath, Joe Rogan, Joe Exotic, or Joe from Facts of Life, who do you think would have won the vote?
Joe Namath.
Joe Namath?
Yeah.
I think Namath would have won the vote. Joe from Facts of Life, Rockstar, may have pulled up a connection.
Nancy McKeenan?
Yeah, very well done.
Joe Rogan would have been third. Joe Exotic is the right answer, though.
Yeah, 11 o'clock is when it's supposed to be tomorrow. Now, he's calling from prison, so we're kind of on his schedule. But 11 o'clock tomorrow, Joe Exotic.
Joe Exotic on the show tomorrow, unless he ends up, what's it called, The Hole?
Yeah,
He'll end up in the hole eventually.
Yeah.
Please put me in the hole.
I've been bad.
All right. These guys take over tomorrow for a few days. I'm back in 9-10 days. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.